Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So you see that red sky back there? We have been getting chemtrailed for the last, I don't know, almost a week. So it's leaving some nice colors in the sky. It almost looks like Hawaii with the volcanic ash in the air. So I guess that chemtrailing leaves like that residue that when the sun hits it, it causes that red glow. Uh, so what is going on? What is going on? So we were supposed to get snow this last Saturday. And where did the snow go? All right, because they were chemtrailing the crap out of us for days before our weekend snow event was supposed to start. And it's been warm. All right. The snow that we had on the ground is all melted now. Where did the snow go? Oh, where did the snow go? Oh, where did it go? It went to Chicago, and they had the snow of Chicago on Saturday that they've ever had in history. That's where the snow went. Now, interesting, right? So a lot of times when we see the chemtrailing, we're thinking, oh, the baddies, those baddies, they're doing bad things. But maybe the good guys are starting to use those same techniques because for, I would say, almost 2 decades, I've been predicting storms, hurricanes, and all that stuff. And my prediction rate has been at least 90%, sometimes like perfect every year. So I predict every year. So this last year, I predicted 3 hurricanes that will be Hurricane 5 plus. So the top category plus. And we had 3 of those hurricanes, but they didn't hit U.S. soil where I said they would hit. They went out to sea. How about that? So I think we're seeing the White Hats are in control of a lot of things. We've heard that for quite some time. Now, I was complaining because one of the areas where I said was going to be hit in like the South Carolina area, Georgia, South Carolina area, it was hit, but it was with a low category, right? It was going to be big, and then it went low, right? So that was good. So I talked about how at sea they have these ships that are out there that make these weather hurricanes very massive. All right. So I showed it on a platform one time, and I said, "Look at this!" And past last year, this is what we were doing. People have been, talking about it. I talked about it, and I said, "Wouldn't it be nice if, like my old SEAL Team 6, boarded some of those boats and stopped that?" They stopped. They stopped because that's what we did at SEAL Team 6. We had boarding capabilities. I was like the first guy up. I was the lead climber. And it was kind of hairy climbing up that caving ladder from a moving boat and a speedboat. And it was rocking up and down. You had to have your timing down. You got at the top. Could have been somebody at the top with a gun, so you had to come up with your gun the last minute. That was kind of hairy. And then once I got up there, I would carabiner it in so that the bottom guys could come up, and I'd signal them, and then everybody came aboard, and then we took the ship down. So good stuff. Was it employed against those ships that were causing hurricanes? I think it was. All right. So I've been saying that I think that Special Forces teams have been very active in the United States, and I think they took down the baddie ships that were causing hurricanes, guys. All right. So again, we know that Chicago is resisting the National Guard. Although there are some National Guard that are supporting a very minor role, you have, very, very corrupt people that are there, the governor and the mayor. And today in President Trump's, I guess they did like a cabinet meeting today. I watched some of that. He talked very unnice about them, said they were idiots, and I don't know what he said, but I completely agree. And I've been saying it myself for quite some time. So I've said on a show with Scott McKay last night, I was on his channel, and I basically unloaded. I said, we are going to start to slaughter these people. I just went off. And I also said that I believe very strongly, because I've seen this overseas, when I was in Iraq, when I was in Afghanistan, the Delta and SEAL Team 6 guys, I was in contact with them, having been part of those programs and knowing some of those guys. I knew that they were out. Remember those deck of cards? The 52 deck of cards had all the Saddam Hussein's bad people. And then seems like every few days they were like, okay, we got this one, we got this one, we got this one. Well, in the middle of the night, 0 dark 30, those baddies are being taken down. No one knew, except those baddies. Okay, I knew, and of course those guys who were taking those baddies down, they knew. And so I also talked to a buddy of mine, SEAL Team 6 buddy of mine, just before we went in and got Osama bin Laden. I was talking to him in Pakistan, in Islamabad, and he said, Mike, you would not believe how many people we are slaughtering, the bad guys in Afghanistan. If the public knew how many we were slaughtering, they'd probably shut us down. That's why you guys don't know, right? So that's why you guys don't hear about it, because you don't understand. Some people are bad to the core, and then they have protection. And if you let those people speak out, then they will protect them. So there's slaughtering going on. All right. So be assured of that. Now, I've seen some of the videos from Chicago where they talk about how ICE and military backup. So what I saw was some of the techniques that the very highest level operators use. SEAL Team 6 and Delta guys. I saw the movements where they were like, coming in with helos and vehicles and all that kind of stuff, and taking up positions and taking down, doing room clearance and all that stuff. I was like, that's not just a bunch of SWAT guys and ICE guys. That's top tier. That's tier 1 activity, and they're taking down the baddies. All right. So, it's time for you guys to know it's happening. Weather warfare against the baddies. All right. So you have these snowstorms come in. You don't have people coming in and rioting and getting in between law enforcement or somebody else when they're taking down baddie positions within the city of Chicago, right? So that's what we saw, I believe, in the middle of the night, 0 dark 30, when everybody's asleep, dreaming of sugar plum fairies, all right, and candy canes, dancing in their heads. They don't hear the door kicking and slammings and maybe some pop-ups and so forth that are going in some of these places. All right. Maybe some people are hearing it. Maybe they call the police and they're like, yeah, we got some activity there. We're good. You're safe. Don't worry about it. All right. So maybe some of that stuff is going on, guys. I'm pretty sure it is. All right. So there you go. Snowiest day in what they call it, Saturday. So we were supposed to be getting that snow. Chicago got that snow. Yeah, my ski time and people's ski time here in Lake Tahoe, it'll come. It's okay. Take care of the baddies. And if you have to take all the snow to take care of the baddies, and we don't have rioting and cities being destroyed from these people like a lot of us believe are coming, but you can avoid that by using weather warfare against them, please do. Please do, right? You will not get any complaints from me and a lot of people that are aware. All right, so let's look at this. Saturday was the snowiest day in history in Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. All right, Saturday was snowiest November day in Chicago as nearly 9 inches blanketed parts of the city. So that was supposed to be like well over like 2 or 3 feet that we're supposed to be getting this last weekend. But we didn't get anything. And Chicago got 9 inches. I think they're going to get a little bit more. So wave after wave is going to Chicago, where the baddies are, and the people are like, please take the baddies down. And you have, the governor and the corrupt city officials and mayors and so forth. They're like, no, there's no problem here. Stay away with your baddie getters, right? We like the baddies because they make us money and we're in control. We like that. They're going to go bye-bye. They're going to slaughtering. It's coming, right? For a lot of these officials, right? So while we're taking down the bad guys, there's being evidence taken. I promise you, that's going to lead back to a lot of these people, and these people will be held accountable if they haven't already. And maybe they're just playing a facade right now, or maybe somebody else is playing a facade for them. I don't know, but it's happening. I've seen this. I've seen this, right? I've seen people that dress up and looking like locals, like myself, right? I've shown you guys pictures where I used to dress up, and I looked like a guy that was their interpreter. I could transform. So when I see some of these people like Joe Biden, he didn't even look like Joe. Trump was hammering him again today. He said like 30 years ago, Joe Biden was like useless. And he was like, he brought our country almost to its knees. And he did. His administration, even playing behind the scenes, absolutely did that. If it wasn't for the fact that Trump was and team commander-in-chief during that time frame, it would have been catastrophic. America would have been lost. So we had 2 basically, countries, I guess. The one that Trump was running, so he's on his 3rd term now, and the one that the deep state baddie guys were running, right? And they were kept at bay. They were kept under control. They still did a lot of stuff to show everybody, just how bad it could have been, and it was to a certain extent. But we'll look back on this time and be very thankful that the military has been in control for the last going on 9 years now. So very, very good thing. Dumbs being taken down during the last 4 years, and now the action is above ground. So that's what's going on right now. So are there alternatives? Now we were probably going to see something happen with Maduro, right? I think they're trying to find a place for him to go. And in the meantime, they're like making him look like he's a tough guy. They did the same thing with Noriega. Noriega's still in, federal penitentiary here in the United States. So he got to play, we called him Pineapple Face. So he got to play for a little while and thought he was all badass. And we finally got him. Just like we're going to get all these other guys that are playing tough guy, right? So they can play tough, but their days are numbered. U.S. requested resumption of migrant flights to Venezuela. Pope Leo urges U.S. not to attempt military ouster of Venezuela's Maduro. So tough talk from stupid people. All right, what to know about Venezuela? President Nicolas Maduro, he's going to go somewhere else. Why is Trump threatening Venezuela's Maduro? Venezuela leader Maduro and his allies resist U.S. pressure, are they? Maduro resurfaces in Caracas as Trump says he has spoken to him. Maduro faces his ultimate fight as Trump threatens military action. Maduro rejects a slave's peace for Venezuela. Al Jazeera. All right. Trump rejected Maduro request on call. Options narrow. So that was a day ago. Maduro's strategy for staying in power in Venezuela is hard to blah, blah, blah. All right. Venezuela's Maduro spotted for the first time in days. Here's a New York Post. Venezuela's Maduro spotted first time. That stuff out of there. What is that? Get out of there. So Venezuela's Maduro spotted for first time in days, ending flight speculation. Did he? Or did he not? Is there some place that might take him? So they're talking of other places where he may be accepted, right? So maybe Russia's like, no. We're not, no. We're not going to take him. We're just going to have some Russian mafia guys like grab him and get the $50 million bounty. Don't send him here. And $50 million bounty. Where's he going to go? And, it's like all these countries are like, send him here. We could use the cash. So Maduro, his days are numbered, all right? Whether he goes somewhere thinking that he's going to be safe and he's not, all right? So it could be a while. He could go somewhere and they're like, oh, yeah, you're free. We're not going to mess with you. But somebody's going to get him. Just like Zelensky. Is Zelensky, once everything's done, is he going to go to his multi-million-dollar home in Italy or Miami or, where's he going? So it's like, it's hard to say. But I think President Trump is being very skillful because, he's never really done a war thing. He stops wars, but he's never done the war thing. He puts pressure on. I've done the pressure thing to people. I remember one time I was taking this guy. I was in a casino, security manager, and I got a call. It's like, can you come in? I got this guy here, and it might be a problem. So I come down. It's like a bar, and it's a dance bar, and everybody's having a good time. It's packed. They have their own security, and then we would help them and the casino security. So I come down there, and this guy's like, hey, I left my credit card in there. And my guy's like looking at me. He's like, yeah, they said he was kicked out. He wasn't allowed to go back, but he just wants to go get his card. I'm like, all right, I'll escort him in. So I'm looking at the guy. He's like, seem okay. He's a big guy. He's probably a little bit bigger than me at the time. But that doesn't intimidate me. No one intimidates me. So we're like walking in, and he's kind of like, I guess he had been already in there being an asshole, and he's walking through the crowd and it's like bumping people on purpose. And I'm like, oh my God, what have I got here? And people are like yelling at him. So I'm like, I'm gonna just get him in the bar and get out of here. So he goes to the bar and he talks to the bartender, and she gives him a drink because he's been tipping her and everything. So he's like, raises his hand. So she brings him a drink. I'm like, oh my God. And so these guys come up to me, two guys, big guys, and says, you don't get him out of here, we're going to kick his ass. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'll get him out of here. So I'm like, I tell the guy, hey, you got to go. And he's like, I'm not going anywhere. And I'm, oh boy, it's going to be on here. So I'm like, yeah, you got to go. Put your drink down. And so I took the drink out of his hand, put it down. He pushes me. And then I put my finger in his eye and I took him down to the ground. All right. So I have techniques, right? Just one finger in the eye. The guy goes down to the ground. And then the biggest guy in the security group, he was a good guy, comes up, cuff the guy, take him out. So we get him to the room that we use to basically turn him over to the police. We, give him trespass, he's trespassing. And so police come, and I'm looking at his eye. There's like a little mark there where I put my finger in his eye and put him down on the ground. So I'm like, he probably doesn't remember that, because I can apply pressure to you, and I've done it to other people, and you won't know what the hell's going on, and your body just does crazy things. I've done this many times, and you're like, you can't resist. You can't resist, and that's what Trump is doing. He's putting pressure on. He's not like smashing people. You know, some people get in these crazy fights. Sometimes just takes a finger, and I tell people, this finger, I will put you on the ground. So, and I've done it so many times, and with much bigger people than me. So, and I can take somebody's little pinky and put them on the ground. It's once you know these things, you know the way the human body works. Like Trump knows the way people think, the way they operate. Trump and team, of course. So knowing how people react to pain, pressure, and so forth, he's making it very painful for Maduro to stay there and exist there, and for the people of Venezuela to continue with Maduro there. So Maduro is going to go away, whether he gets a rocket up his ass or whether he, decides to go away and live his life a little bit longer. It remains to be seen. So Trump and team are experts. Trump and team are using weather warfare. Trump and team are keeping the weather warfare and other activities that are going to be used. We haven't had any more directed energy weapon attacks, have we, here in the United States? And we haven't had those hurricanes. So the last hurricane season was going to be the worst ever, and we didn't even have any. So things are definitely turned around, guys. And the expertise is phenomenal. So I see this. I see it from my perspective, from my background and knowing things on another level, because I've operated not just in the physical realm and control things on the physical realm at an unbelievable level, but also things in the unseen realms. I can have an effect on those realms, and I do that as well. So it's moving. It's moving in a good direction. Now, is it going to be perfect? No. Is it going to continue? Yes. Now, there are other things that are potentially here. Now, I did an interview with David Schmidt of LifeWave. Now, from my background, I've seen high tech on a level that most of you aren't going to see for probably another 20, 30, maybe in 50 years. All right, so I've seen amazing things. Even I've been away from that for almost 10 years now, but I still haven't seen some of the things I was involved with. And, at the highest levels, SEAL Team 6, and then of course, CIA, the toys in the CIA are way, way high speed, guys. All right. So a lot of technology that's there that's not going to be revealed for, I don't know, another year or so. Normally 20, 30 years, but maybe soon, who knows? So one of those incredible technologies is from David Schmidt. Now, I've been to David Schmidt's laboratory, and I've seen a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, I guess, I've seen his laboratory and I've seen his drone program. And his drone program is on a level that is far more advanced than all the technologies that are out there right now. Far more advanced. Now, during the I told him that I would help him to potentially get it involved in other avenues and other places that I was familiar with. All right. But with the last administration, there was no way that was going to happen. And in fact, I talked about it a little bit on a show, and I got contacted, and I didn't feel right with some of the people that contacted me. So I'm just back burner. Now I'm ready to move forward. All right. So let me share with you some of the technologies that David Schmidt potentially could come in with. Now, we remember some people have like Tesla, Ray, and it would be so horrible that humanity would not do war. Well, we see how that worked out, right? The bad guys got hold of that technology and they've used it for evil. I think that the good guys have finally gotten that technology, control of the technology. And if the bad guys use it now, which I could be mistaken, but maybe they can bring it out again. Who knows? Maybe they'll just tip my house while I'm talking here. But they have used that technology on a lot of us. Direct energy weapons have been used against me and other people, but not on the level, of course, where they just, melt the skin off our bodies like we've seen and turn us into ash like we've seen in Lahaina in LA. So, and other places throughout the world during the time of Biden's administration. All right. So all of that stuff is stopped since Trump's been in. So David Schmidt has these technologies, guys. So I'm gonna play a little piece of the interview that I did with him yesterday. You can watch the full interview on YouTube and on Rumble. But I'm going to get you to the spot where I was hoping I would get him there because we have a really good rapport, David and I. I'm not saying that, he and I are on well, we kind of are. I could call him at any time. So he could do the same with me. But that's not how we work. That's not how we roll. So when we do have the opportunity to speak together, usually he reveals unbelievable stuff, right? So he did in my show again, but I don't think most people understand the level of unbelievable that he shared. So some of you out there that are maybe directly or indirectly in touch with some of the very high-speed guys, right? Maybe some of my SEAL Team 6 or some of the Delta guys, or who knows, maybe some other programs that are out there that even I'm not aware of these days. We could bring in some of these we could bring in these technologies. We could bring them in black, just like he's worked with the military before, the SEALs and everything, black projects. We could bring the stuff in black. No one would ever see it. It'd be dark and no one would ever talk about it, but the capabilities would be on the amazing side, and they would be for the betterment of humanity. Yeah, that's fantastic. And so one of the things, I was able to look at is your drone program. Now, having been in the military, especially in special forces at the highest tier levels, and in the CIA at the highest levels, I was exposed to extremely advanced technologies. But the technology I saw for your drone blew me away. And I was like, wow. So it's unbelievable. So the energy production, you were working in very early stages in the Navy in energy production, and it translated into energy production for the human body. But also you've taken it to an incredible level with your drone program. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so this started out as a father-son project. I wasn't intending to create a business out of it. And after my son and I threw around a number of ideas, I tried some different things. I thought, okay, this could go in a direction where we could actually create a revolutionary form of propulsion for drones and really change the way we think about drones. So we tried out a number of different things, ended up creating a technology that's hyper efficient.
Now the lift of his drones, his payload is far surpasses any other drone program out there. And the technology that's used to basically propel it, which is very, very amazing. What goes in as far as making the energy and what comes out. So as air comes in to make this, you have to have oxygen, air, so forth. And then it comes out cleaner than it went in. So it's on a very, very advanced level. So higher payloads, it can go further, longer, like the longest a drone can go, I think right now, probably, he may even say it in here, I think he does, 24 hours, something like that. His drone can go 40 hours and higher payload. It's super quiet. The technology is beyond anything anyone knows out there. And it's pretty amazing. Now, that's amazing in and of itself, but listen to what he goes into after.
And began experimenting with that. And, as an example, if we took a drone like the MQ-9 MQ-9B from General Atomics, that might have a flight time of 24 hours. We're pushing over 40 hours of flight time with 20 to 25 gallons of fuel. So it's an extraordinarily efficient power plant and also non-polluting. We can fill this with petroleum fuel, and yet the CO2 emissions are at ambient. You can run this in a closed room, and there's no type of smoke or carbon monoxide or excessive CO2. It's only clean air that's coming out of it. Mm-hmm. So most mechanical engineers, when they see it, they don't really know what questions to ask because it's not possible in their book what's happening. But we're applying this to drones first for humanitarian purposes, for border security. We'd like to get involved in shutting down drug trafficking. So we've been speaking with some people in the U.S. about that. It's been as you know, horrible problem here in the U.S. And so we'd like to donate our drones for that purpose. But then beyond that, we see an opportunity of creating energy independence. So the idea is this would be a 20 kilowatt system. You connect it up to your home. It can power your home, your electric vehicle if you have one, and generate enough excess electricity that you're selling that back to the grid. So that's probably about 5 years away, but the technology exists today.
Wow, it's fantastic. No, I've talked about your drone program, and I've been approached by several people, but I'm very protective. Yes, of course. And then I'm glad you just put that out, because that kind of like reaches a little bit further out there. So some of the people who are out there, I know I have a big military audience. If they're curious, they can contact me, and I will do the research and find out if they're worthy or not. So it is definitely like we've talked about. You're under threat for having brought a lot of this technology out. This is there seems like the world right now is under incredible threat. Humanity as a whole. You brought in technologies that can counter what seems to be an assault on humanity right now, and I think that's fantastic. I think you, in a lot of ways, you have been given a lot of this information to be almost like a source to help humanity. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to do my part and be a humble guy. So when there is, I think, a pretty extraordinary opportunity here, and I've been trying to think about this in a variety of different ways.
All right, so now you might remember I've talked about how I have the intuitive and remote influencing power to stop attacks, to like put bubbles up around vehicles and cities and so forth, that some of these cities that I put up a protective bubble around are still protected. Now he's going to go into this as a technology.
First, all of the basic biochemical mechanisms in the body, all of them are ultimately controlled with light. And then the light affects bioelectrical changes in the cell, and those bioelectrical signals initiate the biochemical changes. So this opens up some pretty extraordinary possibilities. So let's say, for example, you are on the front lines and you were able to send a drone overhead, and all of a sudden, the enemy was incapacitated with light because they were feeling love. And we were able to increase oxytocin levels in their body very, very rapidly. That's a technology that I've been looking at, completely non-destructive, not harmful. And yeah, ultimately, I'd like to see this going in the direction of, if we can change people's hearts and minds with light, maybe there'll be less conflict in the world, and we'll.
So how about that, guys? All right. So next level. We've talked about, you know, the consciousness and, you know, going into the golden age and so forth, stopping the war, stopping the conflict, but being able to do that, you know, not with guys like me because we're limited, but getting it to the point where there's technology which, you know, incapacitates people that want to do harm and evil and so forth. That sounds pretty cool. I'd like to see how that works out. So what do you guys think? So anybody out there that's interested in that, you know, I have a contact information. I have people that monitor that. So if you're interested in this, and not just a random, like I would like to know that, and you're just a random person. All right. So you just heard all you're going to hear. But if you're at a level where you can actually make an impact, you know, at the you know, military level or something like that, we'd like to hear from you. So if you're a baddie, we'll figure it out. You're not going to go any further. But if you're of the light and you're willing to you know, use these technologies that we just described there, we're definitely open to that. I think we're in the position now where some of these technologies are going to start to come out, guys. You know, the free energy, like David Schmidt was alluding to, 5 years out, but he said it exists now. So why would it take that long? Well, it's taken a period of time for some of his other technologies to get out because there's a lot of resistance from a lot of different people, a lot of different organizations and so forth. There's not as much resistance now as there was, but it's still there. So we have to overcome these resistances. We have to overcome these industries and organizations and people that have a lot of power to stop this. All right. So again, if there's some of you out there that could possibly make an impact, then give us a little contact. All right. And you know, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. In God's time, it will. All right. So the stage is set. Big things are brewing, guys. So while we're trying to, you know, get our consciousness to a certain level, there are things that are happening to Earth and to the sun and to our solar system. 3i Atlas, you know, cruising around out there. Obviously, you know, I've talked about this. I'm probably going to have some more people on to dive deeper. Like I've went a deep dive on that and shared a lot of good information on that. I've heard from other people that are having similar remote views of 3i Atlas and the beings that are on there. So is the stage being set for some of these beings to have an interaction? We'll see. It's a positive one, but of course there's negative beings on this earth that have been controlling us for quite some time. All right, so let's look at the stages set, like I said, for some of these things to come in. And they're coming in. And will they have an impact, or are there 3i Atlas type things happening that are reducing the impact of some of these earth change events that probably at this point, I believe, would have already happened? Is it going to be something that's going to be allowed to happen for a little bit, so everybody gets to see just how bad it could be, kind of like a Joe Biden event? I don't know. A Joe Biden event was like for 4 years, right? So I hope we don't have earth change events for that long. And if we do have one, the impact could be the point where it changes consciousness. So we have to be aware that we're getting close.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope everybody's doing well and having a great day. Looking at the summit of Mount Kilauea on the big island of Hawaii. You can see it is very smoky today, as if it's getting ready to erupt again. We've been following Mount Kilauea for a long time, and it's been very active. It seems to be more active, though, right now as we're entering the full moon, supermoon stage, and we're also dealing with a lot of solar activity. We saw an X2 class solar flare 48 hours ago. These are the sunspots that are turning towards the Earth. Right now, as I do this video, they're comparing this sunspot region to the Carrington event region of 1859. This is what the sunspot region looked like back in 1850.
So the Carrington event was the EMP. Now, the EMP back then basically took out the telegraph wires. And that's the only, high-tech thing that we had back then. If it happened today, then pretty much everybody's car, solar would go down, electricity probably would get knocked out, power would probably get knocked out, of course, all the cell towers, no cellular activity. So that's what would happen if we had a Carrington event. Now we've seen the sun really kicking off a lot of energy. We've seen earthquake activity on a level unprecedented. We've seen, some tsunamis. We've seen earthquakes on an incredible level. Again, the threat of earthquakes has been very, very high. It's kind of surprising to me that they haven't gone off, because I've been anticipating them. And when I'm very skilled at predicting earthquakes as well. So the earthquakes have not gone off as I've seen them as well, guys. So there are things that are being held at bay, whether it's technology on Earth or something else, remains to be seen. But it seems like every couple days now we're getting like crazy energy that's coming out off the sun at us. And I've talked about this for years, how it was coming, and here we are in that window. Is it going to get worse? I think it will.
That produced the largest solar storm ever recorded. So they're comparing these to that event. So we'll have to wait and see if they behave like the Carrington event. Hopefully not, but that story's over here at spaceweather.com. Something else that's over there, a geomagnetic storm watch is in effect right now as I do this video, issued by the Space Weather Prediction Center over here at NOAA. A geomagnetic storm category G2 is predicted, possibly even a G3. And here's why. All
right. So today, many of us have been experiencing a lot of difficulty. There was some kind of line that was severed on purpose or accidentally, or is it, the solar storm is already starting to creep in and starting to cause effects or so forth. But we've seen, some power systems and internet systems and so forth that have gone down. It's been difficult for us to do some of our shows today. So there is definitely some energies that are coming in that are disruptive at this point, and it could get even more intense.
Each stream of solar wind coming out of this large equatorial Earth-facing coronal hole, and it is a big one. I put the Earth inside the coronal hole for comparison purposes, and you can see just how big this coronal hole is compared to the Earth. The high-speed wind from the coronal hole is going to be joined by energy from the X2 class solar flare that occurred a couple of nights ago that produced a high-speed CME. That CME departed the surface of the sun right there at 09:0800 Zulu time, and it made it to the orbit of Earth. The dark ring you see right there, the green dot, and that black circle is the orbit of the Earth. The yellow dot is obviously the sun. If you measure how long it took the CME to get to the orbit of Earth, right there, it was 35 hours, 36 hours to be exact. That is moving very, very fast, nearly 4 million miles per hour. And guys, historically, we all know what happens during full moons and supermoons, especially heightened solar activity. The recent CME right here and strong X2 class solar flare sent a shockwave throughout the entire solar system. Almost.
Now that was so if that had come straight at us, that would have been devastating for Earth. and we're getting little pieces of it. It was so big that the outer rings of it, like you just saw, have been hitting Earth, and that's what we've been experiencing. Some of us, maybe some of you out there, have been having some difficulties as well with different things, but it is we're getting close to some kind of event. Is this 3i Atlas here to, help us weather this storm, or are we just going to get hit and that's just the way it is? It's coming.
A full halo CME, but not quite. We're expecting more of this activity coming up this week and the next weekend. These sunspots are going to be on the Earth-facing side of the sun for several days. That is a recipe for earthquake activity. We've seen this in the past, and we'll see it again in the future. Typically, when there's a full moon, especially a supermoon, heightened solar activity like we're seeing right now, that combination can produce large earthquakes. There's none on the map right now, but we'll see what happens over the next 48 to 96 hours. We could see a large earthquake somewhere on the Earth. Speaking of...
All right, so lots more snow storms, a lot more cold, record-setting cold, probably coming for a large portion of the United States, something I predicted last year. So be ready. That's right, Kim in Wisconsin, be ready, because you're in an area where it's going to get chilly, woo. All right, when we're in this, when I was at Buds, we would do the little mind game with the students, and there was a chili where they go out in the water at the middle of the night, and it would be chilly, and we pull them back out, and we pull them out, and they do stuff, and so it's going to be chilly tonight. And then as the night went on, it's like, oh, it's getting chilly, and so and then started working on the brains, and some people are like, I'm out. All right, go ring the bell. And then for the worst case, it was chilly, woo. All right. So we had chilly, and then it got colder, and you got chilly, and then you got colder again, and you got chilly, woo. And we, of course, have the students say that. So we tell them, all right, now it's chilly, woo. And they'd say, chilly, woo. And so then we go, you know what's coming, right? And they'd shake their hands. It's like, what's coming? And they'd say, chilly, woo. And then it'd get a little colder, and then we put them out in the water again, and it was chilly, woo. All right. So imagine that you're going to the cold Pacific Ocean in the wintertime, and then you come out and the wind is blowing, and we like say, okay, take off your clothes. Chilly, woo. That's chilly, woo. All right, guys, don't get chilly, woo-wooed. We don't want that. All right, stay warm, cuddle up. Make sure you got some warmies. Most people, deep state, lie, bullshit, global warming. Oh, it's so scary. It's such a lie. Yeah, the Green New Deal, the Green Yukon deal. Yep, we're seeing how that's working out. So we have, President Trump coming back and correcting a lot of stuff. But I predict pain. I predict pain. So you have to be ready. We're trying to give you guys a heads up, get you ready for the craziness that's coming. President Trump is doing exceptionally good stuff, guys, and there are people behind the scenes doing exceptionally good work. But the deep state has had these plans for a very, very long time. But the good guys have had these plans for a very long time too, because Venezuela, when I was a SEAL Team 6, a long time ago, we had plans for Venezuela all the way back then. Yeah, that was like 25, almost 30 years ago. So, and now we're operating them. All right. So it's going to be good in Venezuela, though, and it's not because we're creating it. You know that the Nobel Peace Prize went to a woman in Venezuela because she was doing peace stuff. So these people that are down there, of course, they want peace, but they know who the problem people are, and when they get a shot at those people, yeah, imagine being oppressed and having your country destroyed for decades by communists, by essentially Democrats. All right. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. You people in Chicago, you people in Illinois, oh, buddy. All right. You people in New York, oh, buddy. So I think it's going to be, I hope that it doesn't happen. I've talked about this. If things don't go a certain way, I don't see it at this point. But in some circumstances, there is a possibility for that to happen. But the Trump administration is doing the best they can. But we have a lot of communists out there and Democrat baddies that are mind controlled. Right. So we're trying our best to unmind control them, to get them to see the goodness within themselves and others. Maybe David Schmidt's technology, a little drone flight would help out. I don't know. All right. But there is, who's that one woman that's in New York? Stefanik. Not Gwen Stefani, but Stefanik. I got in trouble. I went to, like last year, we had a LifeWave concert. I was right in the front row. And I always liked Gwen Stefani. I liked her music. So I used that one time when I did a bodybuilding contest. I had a little clip where I was doing my posing routine, and there's one song in there where she's talking about a performance deserving of a standing ovation. Dun 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 dun. So I'm like posing to that, and that was the last piece of it, and then we go off stage and to applause, and so I saw her, and I was taking the video of her. I was like, I'm like a front row, Gwen Stefani. It's great, clapping, singing along, having a good time. So I took a video and I posted it. It's like Gwen Stefani, and then I was like, there for a while, and I come back and I'm looking at the post of it. Everybody loved it, and it was like, you jackass, you don't realize that you're like, she's like made all the signs and everything. I'm like, oh my God, so I have to take it down. But they have ways to fool us. Yes. But who knows? Maybe she's got a good side. I don't know. So, or maybe we can fly like she came to LifeWave and she said good things about LifeWave. Maybe we just fly a little drone over her place and, get the good energy. And she goes, oh, I'm awake. I'm not bad anymore. And I don't want to sing baddie songs. All right. I don't know. It's funny. It is funny. Stefanik. So Stefanik basically came out today and hammered Mike Johnson because she came out with a bill that would basically expose all of the lies and the manipulations that they did against Trump during his last administration. And Mike Johnson is siding with the Democrats to like, no, we're going to put that in the bill. And so she's calling him out. Stefanik, she should be the next governor of New York. And I think she's moving that direction. So that would be good. It's, some frustrating things out there. You think you got some good people. You think you got a good singer like Gwen Stefani, and then they like, oh, you're bad. All right, what the hell? So we got to call them out where we see them. And people called it out. Elise Stefanik. Yes, thank you. And so Elise, yep, she's amazing. So New York, I hope you get her. Oh my God. So if you get Mamdani in there, you guys got to resist that shit. So you're definitely effed if you get that boy in there. Elise Stefanik, yep. So it's go time in a lot of areas. There's still cleanup has to be done. Mike Johnson playing with the baddies, trying to keep the deep state activity going. We got to call it out where we see it. All right. Now, come January, these Democrats are going to try and they're supposed to have a funding thing again, and they're going to try and shut down the government again, guys. And they're not going to stop this time. I don't know how they're going to overcome that, especially when you have Marjorie Taylor Greene that's like abandoning the GOP, the Rhino. It's the Rhino. Good riddance, Rhino, MTG. And that gives us one less in the House for votes against these evil Democrats, guys. So Janet, you don't believe that Ma'am Dummy will be sworn in? I hope you're right. DJT, send him to Gitmo. Thanks. So you talk to your squeezer, Janet, and you let him know. Right. So I know you guys are on good relationship. So at least that's what you keep saying. So I believe you. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. I'm going to eat some sausages and some burgers. So looking forward to it. And just make sure you got plenty of food on standby, guys, and water, or access to water. All right. Lots of love. See you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. And we have a quote from President Donald Trump. The 5 most used words in upcoming weeks and months will be, "We tried to tell you." Mr. Q on Telegram. Judy note, the White Hats within the U.S. military have activated an interim government with President Trump reinstated at the helm. In other words, we are now in full martial law. On Saturday, November 29th, President Donald J. Trump posted on Telegram, a 3-star general walked out of the Pentagon Situation Room at 2:11 Eastern Standard Time carrying a briefcase that has not left his hand since 2016. He boarded a blacked-out helicopter on the South Pad. Destination filed as non-disclosed continental United States. The flight plan vanished from every screen the moment the rotors spun up. 17 minutes later, every emergency broadcast tower in the country received the same 8-second carrier tone that exists on only one page of one manual, and that page is kept in a vault. Most people don't believe is real. The tone has never been transmitted live before tonight, Saturday, November 29th. Once the second layer of that tone is sent, nothing that currently calls itself television or cellular will ever work again the same way. The general has not been seen since the helicopter disappeared over the Virginia horizon. His family was moved to an undisclosed location 6 hours earlier. Judy note, please excuse me if I haven't answered your email. I have over 6,000 emails I have not even had the time to look at. In answer to some common questions. Number 1, I do not know how they are going to contact us to set redemption exchange appointments. Number 2, I myself have not yet been contacted. Number 3, I do not have any inside information on what is going on other than what is published in this update. 4, this has been a well-scripted movie complete with actors and stage scenarios on both sides. 5, we have been given false dates about certain events on purpose to catch the bad guys. 6, this is a worldwide event. The EBS will go off worldwide. The 10 Days of Darkness will happen worldwide. The redemption centers are open worldwide. 7, all of us are in the same boat. We have to do the research and decide for ourselves what is actually going on. Where we go one, we go all. As of Sunday morning, November 30th, 2025, mass arrests of the deep state cabal have commenced. Senators, CEOs, and Hollywood elites who have trafficked in shadows for decades. In the past 24 hours, over 5,000 badly abused children have been liberated from underground facilities in California, Europe, and Asia. On Saturday, November 29th at 8:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the revaluation ignites with Tier 4B notifications lighting up. Secure channels for the first wave of redeemers, those appointed to seed humanitarian projects across the nation and beyond. At 7:07 UTC on Saturday, November 29th, 2025, every mortgage, student loan, and credit card balance tied to the old Orion debt matrix has been zeroed out, At 0000 UTC, Sunday, November 30th, the EBS activates every central bank on earth was on notice to be gold-backed or be closed. Nassar Jassar debt erasure executed for every man. At 0000 UTC, Sunday, November 30th, when the EBS activates, every deep state black site on earth will go permanently dark, unless the Octagon Group has surrendered the master quantum keys. The 11 bloodline patriarchs were given a 36-hour ultimatum by Sunday night, November 30th, 2025, to surrender the planetary collateral accounts of Iraq would quietly trigger a financial operation that has been in preparation for years. Every import invoice transfer now would flow through official bank channels only. The black market lifelines that kept the dinar suppressed have been cut. On Wednesday, December 3rd, from Texas to Switzerland, offering healing beyond measure to veterans, children, and the weary faithful first. The 10 days of darkness will run from Friday, Monday, December 15th, 2025, where traditional communication channels will darken and verified QFS-linked devices will remain active. Those who have completed biometric registration will retain access to operational updates, truth, broadcasts, and secure system indicators, while the rest of the world experiences the shutdown without explanation.
Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett. He sits on the House Oversight, Foreign Affairs, and Transportation Committees. Congressman, we are so delighted to have you join us this evening. Thank you very much for your time. Throughout the program so far, we've been having, a lot of discussion about vetting of these Afghan nationals. We certainly have a lot of questions, but I'm curious to know about what you want to know more about the vetting process, what questions you have, and why weren't some of these issues that he's apparently was experiencing, why weren't they flagged before this week's attack?
Well, the thing was, Republicans did ask those questions. We were told, and members of our own congressional delegation, who are some of them Navy SEALs, some of them fought over there, et cetera, were told that these were people that were translators that were loyal to this country, and if we left them over there, they would die. But apparently, as has happened so many times under the Biden administration, or I like to call the zombie in chief, who was very much asleep at the switch, that there was no vetting process whatsoever. They were brought in here. And we've seen this time and time again that the left brings in these people that ultimately they're basically just sleeper cells. I was told by the last duly elected president of Afghanistan, I've been trying to defund the Taliban, for goodness sakes. We send them about $40 million a week through the NGOs. I was told by the last president of Afghanistan that in fact 500 members of the Taliban they think were brought into the country under the Biden administration. So this is a big problem, and we better wake up, because this is more of this is out there than we know, and these folks are embedded in our country, and we don't know where they are.
Brief history: Restored Republic via GCR. On Wednesday, October 26, the 1776 Republic was restored, meaning the U.S. would be functioning under common law and no longer subject to maritime law and the British Crown. On Monday, November 24, 2025, the fiat U.S. dollar was consigned to oblivion when President Trump signed the Genesis Mission Executive Order. The next day at 1904 UTC, Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, the quantum financial system went live. The next day at midnight, Wednesday, November 26, 2025, the global currency reset activated, with 209 nations now trading in gold and asset-backed currencies at parity with each other. The next day at 4:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, November 27th, 2025, Yellow Dragon Family Guardians and U.S. Army Cyber White Hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on earth received a 72-hour liquidation notice. To Sunday, November 30th, 2025, 4:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The same day at 23:11 UTC, on Thursday, November 27th, 2025, following the transmission of release codes, Tier 4B redemption appointments were underway worldwide. At 1800 Eastern Standard Time on Friday, November 28th, 2025, Nassar Jassar debt erasure executed for every man, woman, and child in 209 nations. Your bank account will reflect it within the next 9 hours. Banks across the world have had until Sunday, November 30th to have their monies gold-backed or they would be closed. No more fiat currency. Saturday, November 29, 2025. Secure drop number 4473, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. At 17:05 UTC, P2 remnant cardinals under duress from Vatican Gendarmerie White Hat faction surrendered the master keys to the Ethiopian Axum Obelisk Stargate complex. On-site demolition by Spetsnaz GRU demolition specialists. Completed 1733 UTC. The scheduled fake Antarctic Pyramid activation pulse, intended to trigger global Voice to Skull Messiah broadcasts at 144 hours, has been rendered physically impossible. These operations, synchronized with the emergency broadcast system now primed for activation, herald the 10 days of darkness, sacred pause from December 5th to the 15th, when communications cease, satellites dim, and the faithful are called to prayer and preparation. During this time, the military will broadcast irrefutable truths, exposing the enemy's atrocities and rallying the remnant to stand firm in faith. For, as it is written, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. The mass arrest will accelerate through the weekend, with quantum financial systems securing borders against escape. Nasar's mantle of liberty beckons, promising an end to tyranny and a rebirth of the Republic. Hold fast to hope, for the Almighty's plan unfolds exactly as decreed. Justice for the oppressed, mercy for the repentant. Share this light with your brethren. The victory is at hand. Saturday, November 29th, the Iraq signal just fired through the global grid. Monday, December 1st, marked the moment Iraq quietly triggered a financial operation that has been in preparation for years. Every import invoice transfer now flows through official bank channels only. The black market lifelines that kept the dinar suppressed have been cut. For years, the economy bled through fake invoices, ghost deals, and smuggling networks, all of it protected by shadow actors who profited from chaos. That era is over. The new system routes every dollar, every dinar, every commodity through the central grid, boosting state revenue by trillions and forcing transparency onto a structure that never had it. This is exactly what global watchdogs demanded. IMF, U.S. Treasury, EU banking oversight. The moment Iraq locked its flow into an audible channel, the fractured exchange rates began to merge. The official rate is stabilizing. For holders in America, this is the quiet phase that always comes before a transition. Banks like JP Morgan and Citi can now prepare real IQD pairs without fearing manipulation. The market can finally move into the light. Iraq's reserves are over 110 billion. Gold stocks are rising. Debt transparency is in place. Trump's pressure for Iraq to repay over 50 billion in U.S. war costs could never happen without this cleanup. Now the conditions exist. A one-to-one reset is no longer a theory, it's a structural possibility. When a nation seals its leaks, controls its dollar flows, and backs its currency with hard reserves, the path becomes obvious. The QFS just executed the Global Debt Jubilee Protocol. Every mortgage, student loan, and credit card balance tied to the old Orion debt matrix was zeroed at 0707 UTC. Bank apps worldwide are showing zero owed. The screaming has begun. Legacy media is running the glitch narrative for another 48 hours maximum before they are forcibly taken off air by the EBS. White Hat faction executed a hard seizure of the Negev nuclear complex sub-level 9. Looking glass artifacts recovered. 14 crystalline Delta Hydra 1 activated spontaneously, projecting a 37-second loop of the planned fake Iman Mamdi emergency above Qom, scheduled for 144 hours from now. Artifact destroyed on site. Video appended. Negev LG 281125. and 917 UTC. Vatican Bank Black Ledger servers in Castel Gandolfo were quantum key breached via stenographic carriers embedded in the Pope's morning live stream. 84.3 trillion in off-ledger gold certificates rerouted to QFS Live nodes in real time. ISO 20022 quantum migration now 100% irreversible. The RVGCR final liquidity gates opened at 9:22 UTC. The fiat system is mathematically dead. At 11:04 UTC, the cloned avatar currently occupying the Elysee Palace suffered catastrophic Vril drone host rejection during a live address. Facial dermis separated along the mandibular seam. French first RPIMA secured the remains. DNA confirmed 0% match to original Macron genome. Footage file, and there's the file. At 13:30 UTC, adrenochrome supply chain intercepts in the port of Antwerp, seized 4,200 liters scheduled for Brussels distribution. Laboratory analysis confirms synthetic marker batch BE 2025-11 chain of custody documentation leads directly to 3 EU commissioners. Names redacted here, unredacted in tomorrow's drop. Epstein Maxwell hard drives batch 9, previously sealed by Southern District of New York, were physically extracted from a lead-lined vault beneath 500 Pearl Street, Manhattan. Podesta Pizza sequel files and Pizzagate 2.0 forensic images now propagating. First mirror live on 8,912 onion layers. Gitmo new wing construction completed ahead of schedule, and the 400 additional cells occupancy begins within 44 hours. The remaining Octagon group has been issued a 44-hour ultimatum via encrypted burst to their Swiss readouts. Surrender the master quantum keys or watch every deep state black site on Earth go dark permanently when EBS stenographic carriers activate at 0 UTC, November 30th. Full D Class 4 is no longer pending. It is executing. The mirror has turned. Now they see themselves. No more redactions, only receipts. Key fingerprint, and we have several numbers. Dead man timer, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds, and counting. Expect us again. Saturday, November 29th, I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden, because the people who operate the auto pen did so illegally. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, November 29th, Democrats running shadow government through NGOs. Secretary Noem just sounded the alarm, and it's huge. She's accusing Democrats of running a shadow government through a maze of NGOs, a coordinated machine designed to weaken, bypass, and eventually overthrow the constitutional republic. This isn't campaign drama. It's a direct warning to the entire country. People need to stop jumping on Democrat, Republican, thinking it's political. This is a fight for our country. It has nothing to do with your political status. Saturday, November 29, 2 more Somalia immigrants have been caught stealing millions of dollars from taxpayers in Minnesota. The Somalians falsely claiming to help 250 people find housing. Instead, they pocketed American taxpayers' money and laundered it overseas to buy property in Kenya. 2 brothers have now pleaded guilty here in federal court to defrauding Minnesota's housing stabilization program out of millions of dollars. Owner of Leo Human Services admitted in court that his company ripped off taxpayers to the tune of $2.7 million, falsely claiming to help 250 people find housing. When agents raided the property, they found stacks of cash, tens of thousands of dollars hidden under a mattress and in a suitcase beneath the stairs. As part of his plea deal, Assad admitted he used the money he fraudulently billed to buy property in Kenya. Both brothers face 4 to 5 years in prison. Saturday, November 29th, Ilhan Omar panicking. You can't deport me, but as a naturalized citizen, fraud could strip her of everything. The White House on Telegram. Ilhan Omar just went on a smug rant. You can't deport an American citizen, but hold up, she's right, kinda. Natural-born citizens can't, but naturalized ones like her, absolutely, if fraud's involved. Yeah, and she married her brother, so, Fellow immigrant calls her out. You're cocky, ungrateful, and biting the hand that feeds you. As a Zambian turned American, he slams her for putting Somalia first while trashing the USA. Allegations, lied on citizenship app, omitted facts, committed fraud, now facing criminal probes that could revoke her status via denaturalization. America gave you wealth, platform, and power. Somalia oppresses women. Why aren't you there if you love it so much? Disrespect to Trump? You talk about him like shite under your shoe. You don't deserve to be here. The cracks are showing. Elon, Trump's radar's locked on, and if Homeland Security digs into your shady dealings, fraud, embezzlement, community scams, it's game over. Yeah, she's on Trump's list. The 10 days of darkness will run from Friday, December 5th, 2025 to Monday, December 15th, 2025, where traditional communication channels will darken and verified QFS-linked devices will remain active. Those who have completed biometric registration will retain access to operational updates, truth broadcasts, and secure system indicators, while the rest of the world experiences the shutdown without explanation. Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 212F. Whenever the president finds that the entry of an aliens or any class of aliens into the United States would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, he may, by proclamation, and for such period as he shall deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem to be appropriate. Saturday, November 29th, it was just exposed George Soros funded the NGO who paid for the settlement of National Guard shooter Romanula Lackenwall in Washington State. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Elon Musk warned everyone about George Soros, and don't forget his son Alex Soros, who's probably the one running everything. He fundamentally hates humanity. He's doing things that erode the fabric of civilization. This was paid for with American tax dollars from USAID. Soros actually, he is, I believe, the top contributor to the Democratic Party. The GOP still refuses to do anything about the Soros family. Saturday, November 29th, good vibes around Trump today. The Q detectives on Telegram. Trump announced that the U.S. will very soon begin ground operations, expanding recent naval and air-based actions. With this move, the U.S. claims it has already cut seaborne trafficking by about 85%, and now aims to stop them by land also. As a result, many supporters see this as a strong message on national security and sovereignty, a sign that Trump is acting decisively to protect American citizens from drug-related threats. For his base, this ups the stakes. Trump shows readiness to escalate tough anti-narcotics measures if needed, reinforcing his image of law and order and America First leadership. Saturday, November 29th, Obama investigation. Administration officials have reportedly been interviewed by the FBI and are cooperating with the U.S. Attorney's Office to build the seditious conspiracy case against former President Barack Obama in exchange for immunity from prosecution. This is why Obama's own people have been publicly speaking out against him, and the Obamas recently purchased a home in and moved a large chunk of their assets to the UK. They know that the walls are closing in. United States of America versus Barack Hussein Obama is going to be the trial of the century. Saturday, November 29th, Donald Trump confirmed tonight Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar committed immigration fraud, married her brother. This confirms Benny Johnson's sources inside the Department of Homeland Security, who say she married her brother. It's time to deport Ilhan Omar. Trump The worst congressman woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally, in that you are not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she is treated. Benny Johnson. I've heard from top sources at the Department of Homeland Security that there is demonstrable evidence of Ilhan Omar marrying her brother for U.S. citizenship. Saturday, November 29th, the Tartaria revelation that cannot be stopped. A cold wind is moving through history tonight, carries a truth that has been buried longer than any empire on record. Russia has opened the door that no one expected to ever see unlocked. For the first time, the sealed Tartaria archives are no longer a myth, whispered on the edges of forbidden research. They are real, public, undeniable. And with one stroke, Putin has forced the world to confront everything that was erased. A hidden civilization, a missing chapter, an entire empire wiped from the global memory without a trace. This revelation is not about nostalgia. It is about power. A nation cannot rise without knowing what was stolen from its past. And Russia has decided that the narrative written by foreign hands is over. The old textbooks, the imported doctrines, the filtered versions crafted by Western institutions are being pushed aside. A new historical framework is emerging, one that restores the 5,000 lost years that vanished during the shift to the Romanov calendar. The release of the Tartaria maps is the first signal that the forbidden history of the northern world is stepping back into the light. Tartaria was not a footnote. It was a continental force stretching from the Urals to Alaska and from the Arctic territories down toward Tibet. Its people were disciplined, spiritual, fiercely loyal, and rooted in a moral code that shaped everything from governance to family bonds. They lived in harmony across vast distances, united through a shared heritage and an unbreakable respect for ancestry. Even the earliest Encyclopedia Britannica recorded its colossal reach before the empire mysteriously disappeared from later editions, as if someone wanted the world to forget the scale of what was once stood there. The silence surrounding Tartaria has always been suspicious. How does the largest empire on our early world maps simply vanish? How do millions of people fade from the official record? Why does an entire civilization get swallowed by the blank pages of modern education? The sudden absence has never made sense. And now, with Russia reopening these archives, the question can no longer be dismissed. A missing piece of humanity's story is being restored, and every historian who once ignored it must now face a truth they were never prepared to confront. Human civilization is a puzzle, and Tartaria has always been the missing section that prevented the full picture from forming. The unveiling of these archives is more than a national act. It is a global turning point, a signal that suppressed history is returning and that the old gatekeepers no longer control the narrative. What rises now is a story that belongs to all of us, a story that was taken, hidden, and finally allowed to breathe again. The resurrection of Tartaria is not merely a correction of the past, it is a reminder that truth cannot stay buried forever, no matter who tries to silence it.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So it seems like, just like I warned earlier this week, that we probably see the Venezuelan strike start on this weekend. Trump today warned that the airspace is closed around Venezuela. And he also said that land strikes were going to start soon. So it sounds like this weekend, probably tonight sometime, 0:30, usually the way it works. But that's kind of like, now that I'm saying it, who knows? You reveal this stuff, and I don't think it's going to matter. Trump can go in there anytime and hit them. It doesn't matter. At this point, they're pretty certain that he's coming. So high tensions, mystery as Venezuela's president's jet heads for Brazil border after Trump declared country's airspace completely closed. Now, of course, Brazil would give Maduro sanction or let him come into their country, because Brazil is a cartel-run country as well. So we're probably going to see, like I've said, Venezuela, Brazil, Colombia, maybe Nicaragua, and maybe, who knows, Mexico are going to probably go down. Right? They're going to be the people who are running their cartels from those government positions or whatever, president positions are going to go, and we're probably going to see that Sheinbaum, I think, is she's ready to bail, I believe. So I think we just saw Maduro bail. So we'll see Lula bail from Brazil. I think that's going to take a little bit more time, but Colombia, we'll see the president of Colombia bail. It could happen, guys. So this comes after Donald Trump declared Venezuela's airspace is closed in its entirety, after he vowed U.S. land strikes will start very soon. So it looks like it's on. We've talked about this. We've been talking about Mexico going down for a long time, and it looks like we're going to get a lot of countries are going to go down, because it's they're bringing drugs into America now. That's probably one of the reasons why the liberals have gone full retard mode, because they know that this strike is coming, which is going to take away their source of income, which is the drug trafficking, human trafficking. So once both of those are taken away from the liberal community, they have no more income source. So they're gonna riot. They've tried to riot already. It didn't work out so good. People are just like, I don't want to do that. So what we're going to do is look at some other things going on. Afghan national arrested days after DC terror attack for threatening to bomb Fort Worth. Also came in the country under Biden's refugee program following disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. So this comes after the 29-year-old Afghan national that was trained by the CIA, and he came into America, wasn't vetted. This guy wasn't vetted. He went on to TikTok, and he says he was arrested Tuesday after posting a video of himself on TikTok indicating he was building a bomb with an intended target of the Fort Worth area. Mohammed Dawood is charged at the state level with making a terrorist threat, according to Department of Homeland Security. So like I said, we're just getting started with this. We have millions of people like this, thousands of terrorist level people that are here. It's going to get wacky. We said it for a while, and here it comes. Now let's look at this one video with Alex Jones. I think it's very insightful of the mentality of a lot of the liberals that are out there, and they're trying to push a civil war. Like I've said before, I don't see a civil war, but I do see some fighting in the big cities, and the big cities are going to be destroyed because of it. All right. So let's watch a little bit of this.
Again, throughout these clips. Go ahead and roll it.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for?
News, National Guard member just got shot today, and that shit it's a good fucking wake up. So now, y'all know your job title is no longer oppressing people. You can get belt to your ass too. It could be you too. So I hope it's harder for you to sleep at night, and I hope you stand on your motherfucking swivel as you refuse to quit serving this motherfucking dictator whose illegal orders to keep you all in DC are unconstitutional anyway. Think about it.
Are you ready to see some just fucking disgusting shit?
Shout out to the Patriot who kirked 2 federal agents near the White House. This is exactly how we need to be dealing with violent dictatorships.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Dante, or not Dante.
All right, so what you're seeing here basically is the liberals are going, like I said, full retard. They're celebrating it. All right, and so these are just a few people. that are celebrating it. You go on and you do a search, and it's like, well, the Democrats basically support the military. Bullshit. All right. I've never seen that in my entire career. All right. 35 years in the military and in the CIA. Anyone that was a Democrat did not like the military.
That's Dante Bastian, and I usually don't like calling people out by like their actual name, but fuck this guy. Dante is a station specialist at Hearst Media Production. So I actually have a question for Hearst. Is this really the people you have working for you? Do you understand how fucking bad that makes your company look? You have people working for you that advocate and celebrate the murder of military members. Fuck Dante Bastian and fuck Hearst Media Production for letting that fucking idiot work there. And it's crazy too, because I never thought I would see people on the left actually celebrating the murder of military members. But you guys actually do. You do celebrate that shit. Now, I'm not going to say all Democrats are domestic terrorists, because they're not. But a lot of the people that support the Democrats, I feel like there's a very high probability that they are domestic terrorists.
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation? Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited...
So this woman right here, CIA background, and she warned about the military. And what do we have? We have a CIA trained. Did she know something? And a CIA trained terrorist, basically. Now, this is dog whistling, guys. They're telling us what's coming.
Video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors, telling them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message? As you said, it's to create a color revolution. It is the CIA playbook for trying to foment insurrection from within the military and within the CIA. Look,
All right, so this is what they did in Ukraine, guys. They did a color revolution in Ukraine, and they're trying to do the same playbook here in the United States. So we are about to go in and, knock the hell out of Venezuela. And at the same time, they're going to try this color revolution because they know this was coming. So they waited, White Hats waited back and forth, trying to like find that right time frame. And the time frame is now. Now, when these liberal clowns start their perceived civil war, there will be a huge blowback on that from the American people. Just like there was a huge blowback to them trying to attempt this new rioting over like National Guard troops in cities and so forth. It didn't play well. All right. And once they go, full Monte and start to, which is coming, the blowback on the Democrat Party, like I've been saying for a long time, is going to be absolutely severe, and the Democrat Party will go away, right? And who knows, maybe the Republican Party too. So neither one of the parties, in my opinion, are working for the American people. Just let me give you something like it is simple as can be. And I've said this before, but I need to get down simple, right? So you can go, These clowns, none of them do anything for us. They're just there stealing money from us and getting insider trading info so they can enrich themselves. So how many people every year are sick and tired of the time changes? It's like 70 to 80% of Americans for decades have been calling for this to stop. There have been some states like Arizona, which basically stopped it. Probably that's what needs to happen. Every state just needs to do it. Pass legislation, stop changing the clocks. It screws up everybody's circadian cycles. I don't think if they really did an honest study, they would find from this stupid clock changing bullshit. That right there. So most Americans want that to stop, and they promise they're going to do it, and they never do. That's the most basic thing they can do, and they don't do it because they know it screws with us. That's all. That's what they're all about, So when I say the Democrat Party is going to go away, I don't like either party. I don't like either one of them. But the Democrat Party is full on retard mode, trying to destroy America, leftist, communist craziness. Right? It's got to be stopped. It's got to be stopped hard, and it needs to stop right now. So very, very frustrating, I know, for you and for me. President Trump halts immigration from all third world countries, demands green card audits. So 10 to 13 million people need to go away, need to be gotten the hell out of America. All right. They need to have a whole airline or something just set up to start getting them out every day. Should be like hundreds of thousands are out of here every day. Right. We're about ready to go into war, guys, because of all these illegal aliens that are here. Most of them, not all of them, of course. So it is a problem, and if we don't fix it, they're going to fix us, and that's something that me and other military experts are going to do a roundtable about the Muslim threat. All right, so the Muslim threat is obviously raising its head. Now, one thing I like to do is share with you the things that will keep you calm during times of stress. And so the Black Friday and the Cyber Monday, all the way to Cyber Monday sale on LifeWave's patches, right? So you got great deals here. Definitely want to get in there and take advantage of that. Now, if you're not a brand partner, as you're seeing in this special right here, you're going to pay a lot more. So there's a special, whether you're a retail customer or you're not a brand partner. How do you become a brand partner? Go to my site, $25 to line it up, or you can pay a little bit more and get patches, but just become a brand partner and then come over and get the discount, right? And then start. You can get up to 5 of these patches, these groups of patches, bundles. It's a great deal. Another patch bundle that's out there that you want to take advantage of is this one, right? So, no, not that one, this one. So, all right, so here it is. Again, you can share if you're already a member, you can share and get a lot of points. But also with the X49 Ice Wave, which is good for pain, energy enhancer, and then also the Y-Age system. So as you guys can see, retail that's a huge savings right there, but an even greater savings as a subscriber or member. All right. So join LifeWave and be better. All right. So lots of ways to move forward. So drug overdose through the roof in America right now. I'm going to share the screen on this one. As you guys know that, my son overdosed, unfortunately. So I'm very passionate about this. It's out of control. So during the Biden administration, now they're starting to come down. Trump has shut the border. So we're having drug overdoses have decreased, but as you guys can see, it accelerated to an incredible level. The numbers of, so if you look at, let me share the screen. I'm going to share it with this. Was 7,085. We have more. That's the entire time from October 2001 to February 2027. And that's over almost 25 years. So shutting down the border, going after the cartels, this is why we have to do it. It's just that the cartels are delivering to us and overtaking our communities than we do for military action over 25-year periods, guys, every year. So that's one of the reasons why we have to go after them. So President Trump is doing the hard thing. No one else has been able to do this or was willing to do this, or because, their parties, Democrat and Republican, were making money off of it. So violent crime, 1,339 shootings, 5,267 robberies, and 16,408 felonies. Now, in Memphis, National Guard went into Memphis, and in 2 months, they almost cut the crime rate in half. Now, why don't they want it to happen in Chicago? Because they're blocking National Guard troops from coming into Chicago. Again, because they're cartel controlled and owned. Just like Mexico, Sheinbaum. She has to do what the cartels tell her. Same thing in Chicago, and the mayor and the governor. Same thing in California. Same thing in New York. They're all controlled by cartels, guys. So that's why they're fighting to keep their illegal aliens, because it gives protection for the cartel members that have come in illegally, right? So that's the bigger picture on that, and that's why we really have to do these military strikes that are coming, very possibly this weekend, right? So, so I told you the Iraq numbers were 7,000. That's way more die every year in drug overdoses, fentanyl. So my son died from fentanyl poisoning. He was a drug addict for over 10 years. So he would have a little bit of fentanyl, and that's why a lot of the people that do drugs now, they use a little fentanyl. Now imagine if you're an alcoholic and fentanyl was slipped into your drink. They've been putting it in all drugs. So what addicts do is they make sure they get a little bit of fentanyl so they can build resistance to it. So my son was clean for a long time, for I think 8 months. So he had never been that clean that long, and then he slipped and went back, and I thought it was clean. I went and checked on him. Everything, he seemed good. The facade was good. And then I was going back to check on him again because something seemed a little bit off. And before I got there, I got the call as I was getting ready to leave to go visit him, and I heard that he had been found deceased. So because he hadn't been using it in a long time, just a little bit of fentanyl and the drugs, and boom, you're gone. So that's what's happening to a lot of Americans. The fentanyl death rate is over the top, right? Afghanistan is a lot less than Iraq, and it's like 2,456 service members were killed over the entire 20 years of the Afghan time frame. And now U.S. contractors. So I was a contractor, but I wasn't fighting. But there were U.S. contractors. Same thing in Iraq. A lot of they don't usually put the contractor numbers in there. But anyway, you could take all of those, and it's not the same amount. That's why we're going to kick some ass, guys. It's pretty pure and simple. So we have to go out, and we have to on a massive level. They're controlling our governments. That's why we have crime, crazy crime, because they use that as a cover to do their illegal activities. because everybody's so focused on the idiots, the stupid idiots that are out there doing the crimes, and they're like, just let them go again. Everybody's looking at there, and while we're doing this over here. So you know how that works. Seen this all over the world. And very frustrating that's happening. Very tragic that it's happening here in America. Hits close to home for me, obviously, but also hits close to home for me because I lost a lot of friends in these conflicts over, decades. So I don't know if anyone's explained it like this before, but this is why we're going to war. This is why we're going to kick the ass out of Venezuela, and you should be happy about that, and Brazil, but it's not just us. There's going to be other people get involved. You'll see. It's going to happen very quickly. There are forces that are ready to switch sides and clean house. And, of course, the people of those countries are sick and tired of being run by cartels. We don't want to end up like those countries. But in some of our states, it's already like that. Illinois is already like that. New York's already like that. Oregon's already like that. Washington State's already like that. California's already like that. So, I mean, it could go on and on. We have lots of states here that are compromised. So, in some ways, I guess you could say there's going to be a civil war because there's going to be a civil war against those cartel members. And it's not against the citizens. The citizens are going to get the hell out of there. And they're probably going to fight those idiots that are, doing stupid. And they're going to get cleaned up. In the countryside, it's going to be a snap, right? They're going to come into the countryside. I know a lot of you guys talk, I'm out in my farm. You'll be the first target because you'll be very easy and they'll come get a lot of food from you. And it's going to be very ugly for a lot of people in some of these farm communities, I believe. So you guys need to really have your pow-pows and your bullets and have a plan that you work together in case these guys, same thing in the city, right? So they'll come neighborhood to neighborhood, house to house, neighborhood to neighborhood. And the police force will be occupied in another event somewhere. They'll send 100 cars to one major event and everything else is wide open. And that's when they're going to hit, right? Super stupid simple. I've seen it in the Middle East over and over and over again. It's does no one learn? Well, Americans are going to learn. They're going to learn the hard way and they're going to learn, but Americans learn fast. And then it's going to be bad on the people that start this. All right. It's coming though, guys. It's coming. You got to be aware. You got to be ready. And when it hits, it's 444 right now where I'm at. So it's and I just, whatever, my phone just lit up and it was 444. The angels are listen to Mike, right? Listen to Mike. All right, guys. It's game time. If it does kick off this weekend, we could see they'll pull the plug on the economy. Stock market, banks, everything. And so that's the way it's going to end up. All right, I guess somebody doesn't want me to play anymore, so they're there we go. Hello baddies out there. So it's definitely going to be big wake up calls for big cities, right? And I did a military roundtable just the other day. Joshua Reed and Alpha Warrior, and so all of us are from separate groups, and I've also done military roundtables with lots of other professionals all over the world, and high-ranking generals and so forth. Everybody, guys, is saying it's going to come for the big cities. All right. So I think Trump and his team have said that we're probably going to lose so many cities, and that's because that's the way it works. The Muslim crazy cats are going to take over these cities, guys. Now they already have some cities. Michigan, we got a lot of problems in Michigan and some other cities, right? So states, but we're gonna have to clean that up. We're gonna have to clean it up. If they're not loyal to the United States, they got to go. All right. So we're going to see a lot of that, and load them up and get them out. Load them up, get them out as fast as we can, because they're going to be a problem until we start doing it. So there's going to be a lot of stuff going on, military tribunals, and you're not going to worry. You're not going to care about. Well, some of you will still about Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Barack Obama is running to UK, right? So I've said this for a long time. They can run, but they can't hide, and we'll find them. Okay, guys, lots of craziness to come. Let's hope it doesn't happen like this. I hope it doesn't happen like this. I hope it's like, beautiful harp music, and everybody just gets along, right? And we just all have a drink together, and it's like, okay. And those that don't drink, we'll get some nice juice for them or whatever, right? So, all right. You know the deal. Stay in the love vibration. It opens up your field of consciousness to information that you wouldn't normally be aware of. Some of you are working in that that third, the second brain. So the gut feeling, you get a gut, you get that gut. Your gut doesn't feel right in my gut. Something's tightening up, and I know a lot of military veterans are like that. But the highest level of consciousness will be the brain and the heart coherence. All right. So the analytical, it's pretty much the masculine, feminine. All right. The feminine, the heart, and then the masculine, the analytical side of the brain. So this is going to be very interesting going forward. And on top of that, we got like earth changes coming in. I haven't talked about that in several days, and that's getting wacky and crazy. So hopefully next show I'll be able to focus on it. All right, guys, lots of love, stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on November 21st, 2025. By now, the vast majority of the people in the West and the world are very, very angry and sick and tired of the ruling class and their fake show pretending to be a government. And it really is time to do something about it, but we need to understand the scale of the problem. There are about 1 million members of this satanic cult that understand that they're a small minority concentrated in positions of power. Now here's one person who we need to get rid of right away. Take a look at this video of Kash Patel lying under oath.
No credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files.
MBS is 6 feet tall. This guy is obviously shorter, so it's not Trump. Because remember, Trump is 6'3", the real one, who's been missing since June. So remember, if you're in the military and replaced by a fraud, and notice that in the video that he's been given a hacksaw by MBS. That's the sort of a hint. They remember they chopped up that Washington Post columnist, Khashoggi. Well, he's saying, yeah, and Democratic Party lawmakers who are all military veterans, because they told the military not to commit war crimes, not to obey orders that are criminal, and he says execute them. All right, they're desperate, they're dangerous, and they're fake. And this is a process that's been going on for a very long time. And Canada's just as bad. Here's another clip I want you to see. This is the Canadian anthem being turned off by the police. Gained all this power because they create money out of nothing and put us into debt. The result is people, can no longer afford to buy houses. Their living standards are collapsing. And in the United States now, there's 1 million job shortages for people like mechanics, engineers, people who work in the real world are not available. Everyone's just being a YouTuber, and that's not the way to run an economy. Right now, the West is bankrupt, and it's going to keep getting bankrupt, and they're going to keep trying to beg China for money. And I'm asking the Chinese, do not lend money to these people. Let them go bankrupt. This needs to be done. We need to shut down their control of the financial system and this stock market, hallucination. And now, here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a young Canadian explaining how he can't possibly afford to buy a house. Just listen.
Our generation is cooked. We're going to be living in our parents' basements until we're 35 because I just spent $30 on 2 boxes of cereal and milk. Like, how do you expect me to move out of my house when that is 2 hours of work right there? That's equivalent to 2 hours of my life is 2 boxes of cereal and some milk. Absolutely ridiculous. Welcome to the Liberal government of Canada.
So this is what our leadership has done. They've destroyed the West, and it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. I was very disappointed that they managed to get money to keep their whole show going on until January. But we need the military to act, and they need to act as soon as possible. Now, the other thing I was told by military intelligence that the reason why they flip-flopped on the Epstein file release is that suddenly, first they say, oh yeah, it's horrible, it's on my desk, we're going to release all the videos. Then they say, oh no, it's a fake, it doesn't exist. Now they say, yes, we're going to release them, but I've been told by military intelligence, people who have access to the files, that they're making sure that no powerful people will appear in the files that are going to be released. So you will not see a video of Bernie Sanders raping a 4-year-old child, which we have eyewitness testimony to. All that is going to be deleted. So no, this is not going to work. And the other thing is we need to call out the fact that, these are actors, okay? We have several actors playing Trump, and we need to go after the people who are giving them their scripts. And these are people who try to hide in the background, like the Agnelli family, or Victor Emmanuel, the would-be emperor of Rome, or the, Jean-Michel de Rothschild pretending to be Brigitte Macron. These are the kind of people we need to drag out in chains and put in jail. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu. He is a war criminal, mass murderer. He needs to go. It's time to take action. I call upon the military and the police to immediately demand action, and any superior who's blocking them is compromised, because no sane military man unless they were compromised. So if you find someone in your chain of command who refuses to take action, arrest them. You're legally allowed to do that because they're breaking the law. Okay, it's time to end this. We're all very, very angry, and this cannot go much longer. If it does, we're all going to be working for the Chinese. That's what's going to happen. We have the potential to, put China, have China eat our dust, because if the West reverts to, seeking the truth, using the scientific method, meritocracy, we would way outperform the Chinese. But as things stand now, it's the opposite. Most U.S. corporations now depend on Chinese money. That's what it's come to. So please, take action. And I ask, in particular, Colonel Douglas Macgregor to call his military contacts and just march into Mar-a-Lago and all those other places and just round these people up. Enough is enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What do you think is up with Kash Patel? I don't think I've ever seen a politician where the guilt is so visibly on his face. Do you think he's on the Epstein list, or do you think he's being blackmailed? What's Kash's deal?
Well, I don't know exactly what they have on him, but his behavior is obviously not the behavior of someone who should be in charge of the FBI. He is protecting criminals, so he has to go, and we will find out what exactly they've got on him. But his actions are criminal, and this has been publicly proven, and he needs to go. If you're in the FBI, march into his office and handcuff him. We'll back you up. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you update us on what's going on in Mexico in last week's Monday in Monday's report?
Well, I contacted some Mexican sources about this, and they told me that about 100 guardsmen were injured trying to protect the palace. They were overrun, and now they're staging nationwide strikes. It's an ongoing situation, but there's a media blackout. I mean, they're still putting this shine bomb on the TV screens, making it look like everything's normal. But I understand that Mexico is in a state of full revolt. And yo quiero decir Viva Mexico to the Mexicans. Next question.
Evan, do you have any information as to what's going on with this civil war in Sudan? Also, do you think there will be military investment?
I'm going to have to look into that more, but my understanding of what's happening in Sudan is that there is one group that's trying to, get the resources for the Khazarian mafia, but I need to do more research. I'll try to put that in my report next week. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another year coming to a close now, 2025, and still no end of the war in sight. Just another familiar story about how they found a way to fund themselves and kick the can down the road until January 31st. I'm very sick of hearing the terms kick the can and move to the goalposts. It really is getting old. It's also very concerning that you have to repeatedly say on these videos the military needs to get off their butts and arrest these people. Exactly who in the military are you directing these instructions to?
I have, contacts with military intelligence, and they have, it's a large faction that provides, intelligence and many of the videos that we post exposing the cabal. But I've specifically asked the head of MI6 to take action, and also I've reached out to Colonel Douglas McGregor, and he needs to, get off his butt and get the military to move. Also, Archbishop Carlo Vigano needs to contact his people to get the Italian black nobility off the backs of the military, because that's where the problem seems to, lead to. It goes to Italy and the black nobility. So maybe Archbishop Vigano can help. But everybody who knows someone in the military needs to take personal action and ask them that they do something. Enough is enough. But yeah, I do constantly say, why don't you do stuff? And then it's always about money. So we somehow have to get the fountain of money away from these people so that the military can get their paychecks without having to obey Satanists. And that means sending troops into the headquarters of BlackRock, into the Federal Reserve Board, and into the BIS to take away their magic money machine. And that will end this show. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Per Bobby Kennedy's comments in your weekly report about the chemtrails, he acknowledges that they exist, but tried to act as if he has no idea where these flights originate. I have seen a video of a woman who has found the pilots and the company being paid to perform these flights. At what point is it within legal limits for us citizens to perform arrests on these people?
Well, I think that if we all start arresting them, and you have a right to make a citizen's arrest if you find someone, catch them in the act of committing a crime. That's what we all need to do. We all need to take action. There's so many of these people that unless we all personally take action when we see something that we can make citizens arrest, you have that right. Let's get these people out of power. We're all sick and tired and angry, and it's enough. I want to see them all, on the docket, war crimes tribunals, and we need to make sure never, ever again does such a thing happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Joshua Reed and Alpha Warrior. Oh, my God. These guys are blowing up the internet. Oh, my God. Their shows are get hundreds of thousands of views now. I'm so proud of you guys. You guys are revealing so much great info and intel and truth. Wow. You guys are amazing. So this should be an amazing show. We have already, like we just discussed, just before the show, what all three of us have been talking about, and other like Rodriguez and Scott McKay, we said it's coming, and it came today, guys, in DC. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, Josh? I know you're the man with on a mission with this already. You want to talk about the two, unfortunately, National Guard troops that were shot in DC in critical.
So we were having a conversation earlier about the seditious six. And this is the senators and congressmen who were former military and intelligence that came out and said, don't obey unlawful orders. And everybody's thinking that, they're telling the military to subvert orders of their commanders. And I said, no. This is a scapegoat narrative. This is psychological warfare. They are setting up the narrative for something that's about to happen. What they're doing right now, and if we have to look at it like this, is what immediately happened after the seditious six. The White House, Trump administration, they immediately doubled down and said, no, you will obey direct orders from the commander-in-chief. Well, this set the precedent. What happens today? You get 2 National Guard soldiers shot in D.C. The guy looks like a terrorist. That's just my thought. This is probably going to be treated as a terrorist. If we went from ThreatCon Bravo to ThreatCon Charlie with the military, that means that an event happened, a terrorist event happened.
Well, so just on that too, Josh, you had less than a half an hour ago, Mayor DC Browser, however you say her name, she came out and confirmed this was a targeted National Guard attack.
Yep. So on the hits of that, the few things that we have to look at is I was talking to Alpha. I said, we're going to have a false flag operation here. And what it's going to do is it's going to prompt and initiate the Insurrection Act. So they are trying to push Donald Trump into the Insurrection Act. And then this is what you will most likely see happen. You'll see an order come down from a battalion commander or somebody in a command control position. And it's going to be, shoot all protesters in Chicago. I'm obviously making this up, but I'm saying this is what potentially could happen. And they could give National Guard troops the order to shoot. And then what happens is they start shooting civilians, Americans. This sparks national outrage. They say the orders came down from President Trump. And then the Democrats come out there and say, I told you, you should have disobeyed those unlawful orders. And now they have everything to hang Donald Trump with, to impeach him, prosecute him, and remove him from office. This is the beginning of a color revolution. And what they're trying to do is spark a civil war, but in the same instance, remove Donald Trump. This is exactly, if we remember this, Brennan, 2014, went in. His financier for the CIA was Eric Ciccamorella. If people remember Eric Ciccamorella, he was the national security asset on the Ukraine phone call, the perfect phone call with Donald Trump and Zelensky that filed the whistleblower complaint with Vindman. Okay, so Eric Ciccamorella, he funded the Maidan massacre in Ukraine that Brennan operated under the guise of the CIA because they knew that this would spark a color revolution and the people to rise up against Yanukovych and bring in Poroshenko, which is exactly who they wanted installed. That's exactly what happened. And we are seeing the same inklings happening right now. And in the left, the radical left, they are playing their playbook to a T. They are just checking off the boxes. Yep. And what we have is I think we got some good people in place. I do. But then we also have some, I believe, infiltration and bad actors in place. We have Susie Wiles, we know, the chief of staff, who is out there putting, withholding information and intelligence from Donald Trump. We know we have John Ratcliffe over the CIA, who's an incompetent fool, who's taking orders from what I hear from the Mossad and just feeding Donald Trump bullcrap information. You got Pam Bondi, who's dragging her feet because she doesn't want the establishment to be taken down and their processes and methods of infiltrating organizations and financiers to be known. So she's going to just step on prosecuting these people. So we're in a very critical position here. And I want people to know that Alpha, myself, we've all been talking about some type of false flag operation. I've been talking about this for 5 years. I call it the firestorm. And this is what we are seeing right now rising up. We are right at the foot of this. And so this is the warning to everybody out there, is that we have to act now.
I have a slight deviation from the theory that Josh has, but they end up in the same end result. And the way I see it as a potential, and actually these either work can be a contingency for these deep state actors. And I kind of see it as in when the seditious six went out and did this, they kind of cornered Trump that no matter what moves he makes, it's going to backfire on him. You have one, the one that Josh this laid out. The other one is we know that they have infiltration, and we got solid information today that we're not talking thousands, but we're talking tens of thousands that have infiltrated. And that number shocked me. I knew it was high. I didn't realize it was going to be that high. So that, that's kind of adjusted my game theory on some of these things too. But if you have these players that are on, whether it be Antifa or whatever, riot side, and we know that you have some of this infiltration into our military, and you put them in a situation of DC, they can control and create the scenario where you have an American, at least optically, an American civilian that's shot at by a military member. And then that brings us right into the conversation that Josh outlined, where now you're going to have the seditious six say, see, this is what we said would happen. This is what we told you was going to happen. And then again, this leads to the end result, the 25th, an impeachment, something to turn against President Trump on this. At the same time, you have multiple members that are names of notoriety in the Republican Party, whether it's MTG, whether it's Massey, people that have pulled a lot of support, at least optically. A lot would argue that, what it's showing isn't really reflecting what's organic, but nonetheless, because we know mainstream media, the Mockingbird media, that's what they're doing. This is the PSYOP for the PSYOPs. And so I would just tell people is you have to use your judgment and discernment on what you're going to see unfold. And I'll give it back to you, Josh or Mike on this. Me and Josh were in Florida about 2 weeks ago now, almost 2 weeks ago. And we had the opportunity to speak with some very important people while we were there. And one of the sets of information that we got prior to us leaving was that the next 6 to 7 weeks were going to be wild. And 2 days after that conference concluded, we got the Clinton Foundation bring up to the surface, which was tied into the Haiti. And we're like, dang, okay, here we go. This is going to be fast. Then we have the seditious six. We have the case against Comey being dropped. We have the case against Letitia James being dropped. Letitia should be able to stand on its own merits when it comes back. There's questions surrounding Comey. There's a lot going on right now. And what my concern is, and I think me and Josh kind of talked about this, and this is why we're so shocked when the National Guard incident happened, is we said they are setting up a false flag event right now. That they're going to do something. And literally, what was it, 2 hours later, Josh? We see the National Guard story, and we're like, okay, they're when you do it on the small scale, why do they do that? Because they're checking the temperature of the court of public opinion. How are people going to respond to this incident? Do we got to push more propaganda, or do we already have people on the edge of outrage? And if we have people already on the edge of outrage, then we can deploy the massive false flag that we have planned.
So we also have Eric Swalwell, I think less than 2 hours ago. He said that he claims U.S. military members have privately told him they are prepared to save us from President Trump. So they're all in. They're coming from every single angle on this.
That's dangerous, Mike.
Well, the FBI should be calling him up and saying, "You need to come talk to us and tell us who told you that."
Yeah.
So it's getting pretty crazy.
Well, then you had the billboards. Did you see these billboards that are going out there?
Oh my God. Who paid for that? I want to know that too.
Right. And the billboards are pointing to a website. When you go to the website, they're telling you to download the Signal app. They're telling you to remain anonymous, use Proton Mail to contact them. And they're looking for military members. They're recruiting directly in the military.
Yeah, it's really getting out of control. And I think it's going to false flag. This is the beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a trying time right now. We knew that at some point in Donald Trump's presidency this year that they were going to wage some type of warfare. We knew that they were going to come out. We knew that they were going to start setting the narrative. And we've been watching this very, very closely. That's one of the reasons why we got this show and it's hot all over the place. We're watching the narrative. We're calling it out. And literally after our show, a day after our show, all of this stuff is happening. And we're like, here it is. It's coming. And, I want to let people know that there's moves and counter moves. This is game theory at its finest. And I know that some people would argue, oh, this isn't 4D or 5T chess. And, I get that. But when you start to look at what is actually being done, it quite literally is. You know, this is unrestricted warfare at its finest. And this is moves and counter moves, whether it's by Trump, the DOD Hegseth and Dan Kane, General Dan Kane, or whether it's by our enemies, Venezuela, Cuba, you have China, you have the UK, you have MI6, which is the big part of this. I mean, I don't think many people see the shadow hand that is moving around the world. We just had Lara Logan come out with this groundbreaking interview with Ralph and Gary, talking about the 2020 election and how this was taken. And they tie in Cuban intelligence, Cuban foreign intelligence services controlling Venezuela and the Cartel de Sols, and how the Cartel de Sols owns Smartmatic and how Smartmatic is based in London. And then we find the connection there to Lord Mark Malloch Brown, which was CEO of Smartmatic from 2014 to 2020, but he was also a senior executive at the Open Society Foundations owned by George Soros. Then you go to DNI Tulsi Gabbard's evidence. June 26, 2016, you had this email from Lenny Bernardo of the Open Society Foundations mentioning HRC and Julianne Smith, the foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign, talking about how Hillary has gotten on board with producing Russian collusion narrative against Donald Trump. They just don't have any evidence, but they're going to get CrowdStrike and Threat Connect, two cybersecurity companies, to produce it. This is a month later. You have the Alpha Bank modified documents against Donald Trump, connecting him to Russian bank accounts. And where did that come from? Well, directly from that email. I mean, this is direct collusion. And so when we start to look at this, is you see George Soros in the midst of all of this. George Soros NGOs. We have the connection back to George Soros in the UK. We have Lord Mark Malloch Brown, who helped China with the Belt and Roads Initiative all throughout Africa, all throughout Latin America, directing funding to Venezuela from China. You have MI6 directly incorporated into all of this. This is about the old guard trying to stay relevant, trying to stay in control in our constitutional republic, and they have immense amounts of resources.
And they're pressed for time because everything that Josh outlined, Trump has strategically been attacking it. He got China to capitulate to the precursors of fentanyl. He's attacked that. He's completely shut down the southern border, so they're not getting human trafficking and narcotics across that way, which allows us to put our eyes on the ports. So the level of confiscations and arrests at the ports has exponentially gone up. So he's attacking all the resources that they need for the funding of all this. And now you get into a point where you're seeing, Ukraine, you have Zelensky and Putin saying, hey, it looks like we got something here that we're willing to sign. Trump saying, hey, I'm going to go out there if it looks like this is the final one. All this puts pressure on the deep state to say they got to move now. And then on top of that, Trump also, he recognizes midterms are only a hop and a skip away with as far as who's going to announce that running, who's not going to run, where the campaign fund's going to go. He's already started doing his endorsements. So all this puts that window of opportunity for either side, how they're going to react, to be somewhere between December and January. I mean, that's the 60-day window that you have right there.
Wow. Now you guys have this new program on Rumble, DEFCON 0, and it's like I said, it's crushing it. You guys are really Badlands Media. You guys are like really crushing it over there. Hundreds of thousands of views, amazing information. I got wind of it, and I've been following you guys on and off wherever you're at, but that really has sparked a lot of interest in people. Where are you guys getting your intel? I know, Josh, you're like an intel and unbelievable guy, and Alpha, your intel ability. I mean, I've done shows with you, and you're like, yeah, this just came out, and this is what this is. I mean, we've done shows where we're like, yeah, this is bullshit, bullshit. But you guys are like just so ahead of a lot of the stuff. So tell us, what you're seeing. How are you getting this intel, and how is it working for you?
I'll start off and navigate this carefully. One of the funny things is me and Josh, every now and then we'll come across something and we'll make a phone call to each other. And we're like, are we talking to the same person? So we'll kind of laugh. And a lot of times it's, there's, no one's giving us classified information. Just want to be, very, very clear about that. But people are seeing, you have very smart people that can go to any of the channels or social media where me and Josh operate, and they can look at, the past, 7 days, 21 days, 90 days, 6 months, and they can kind of derive from that what and granted, I'm sure, you know, AI analytics and assessments are in play here. They can kind of see, okay, where's Alpha going, where's Josh going, and when they're together, what their collaboration of thought, where's that take them? And I think what that does is they say, okay, these guys are on the right path. Let's give them some more information on what they're doing here. And what we've noticed is when they provide us some information, they don't tell us, hey, well, sometimes they say, hey, this is, you know, like we were given a specific timeline, the next 6 to 7 weeks, but it's not always like that. Sometimes it's, you know, hey, check this out, or hey, reevaluate your thought here, which then makes us start to do a little bit more research.
Or retract your statement.
Or you were a little off right here on this one, and you might want to go study this manual here. And then we'll go look and we'll be like, that's what we miss.
So Michael, I'll tell you a little story. This is kind of funny, and I'm not going to mention any names, but I was telling this. Sometimes I get dates mixed up, and I get little details just mixed up. And I was talking about this nuclear incident that happened in Minot, North Dakota, when a AGM nuclear warhead was on a B-2 bomber and went across the country, and nobody noticed. And I said the details wrong. I said it was in 2008. It was really in 2007. I said it was a B-52 bomber. It was a B-2 bomber. And one of the people watching the show, they text a few people, and sure enough, the pilot of the plane saw the video.
Wow.
Came back and corrected the record.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So I mean, you know, we got some good contacts. And what I'm saying is there's no classified information. We just have people who are understanding what's happening at a higher level than us, guiding us in the right direction.
And I think the one thing Joshua agree with me on, and we actually talked about this last night. It's I think it was last night, the day's blend, but we said what people say is important, but what people don't say is also very important. Yes. And what we've noticed is when me and Josh are off on our information, we'll get corrected, and that correction will come pretty fast. So when we do have a theory or we recognize a pattern and we play out that scenario and we're waiting and the correction doesn't come, we're like, okay, so we must be on the right track here.
Yeah. Give you an example of this is the other day on Sunday night, we had a show and we were discussing Susie Wiles' exit, why Susie Wiles needs to go. Alpha brought up an interview he did with Defender of the Republic on X, where she's talking about the story during the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump was adamant this bill gets passed, but there's 13 Republican holdouts. And he calls them up individually. And he's like, why are you not voting on this bill? And they said, they changed the bill, sir. You didn't get our memo? We sent it over. And apparently they sent the memo over and it went to Susie Wiles, chief of staff, and Susie Wiles never gave it to Trump. And I guess he was infuriated by this. And so we came up and we said, Susie Wiles is out the door. The next day, Paul Sperry on X goes out there and says that insiders inside the White House are saying that Susie Wiles is going to be making an exit, that Trump's going to fire her. And I said, well, this means that Dan Scavino is most likely going to be coming in. This is why they put him in charge of all the hiring and firing inside the executive branch. It's the perfect position prior to being chief of staff. And then the next day, the rumor starts circulating that Kash Patel is going to get fired. Well, this is where it got really interesting because Caroline Leavitt comes out there immediately, the press secretary, and says, Kash Patel's not going to get fired. This is fake news. That's not true. Donald Trump doubles down, takes a picture with Kash. He goes out there, gives an interview, says Kash is great. He's doing a great job. This is what they said. They said Kash isn't going to get fired, but they never said anything about Susie Wiles.
Wow.
They just let it
That's
marinate.
always good when you get like the next day, someone repeats what you talk about, because we all do this research and we're all doing a great job. I love it when they come out the next day. Oh yeah, they've confirmed that. But when they don't, like you said, that's a very, very good point. When they don't, when you say something about somebody or something happening and they don't come and dismiss it. Ooh, yeah, that's good too. Very nice. Very nice, guys.
It has been wild, Mike. That's for sure. You know, one of the things that we've been trying to do is, you know, especially when it comes to the Q posts, you know, DEFCON 0 is oriented around Q. And we know that there has been a lot of people that have abused it and used it for, you know, for personal gain. And we know that forget, you know, that's actually the least concern, the people that are grifting off of it. The biggest concern is the formal infiltration into that movement to either, what is the one thing that people use to handicap the Q boards? Oh, you're just sitting around waiting for something to happen, when that has never been the mission of the boards or its intent. But you have people that have infiltrated into that movement to create that, and that's something that's been weaponized to to pull people away from it or to doubt it. And so one of the things that me and Josh started to recognize was there's a lot of comms happening on X. And so we started having this conversation, privately. We won't go public with something until we're fairly confident in it, or we get it from a really good, credible source. And then we started to recognize, okay, let's watch for this and watch for this. And when the things started checking the boxes, we're like, they're communicating on X.
Yeah,
this is where it's happening. So then we said, well, let's test this and let's start putting some stuff out there and see what kind of response we get from, certain officials or certain profiles. And then we started to get those confirmations. And then that's when we were confident. We're like, okay, this is the new place of how communications are going to take place. And then Josh found a very interesting post on the boards of why the communications wouldn't go back there, at least not go back there until it's secured. You want to share that part, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, well, so there's a few major players in kind of how this, and I think a little background on kind of what Q was, or at least from my perspective. So I was researching what Q was before Q ever was, if that makes sense. We were understanding conspiracies back in 2008, 2009, why Ron Paul lost the primaries, how they stole it from him, and why Barack Obama came out of nowhere and all of a sudden got elected. I was active duty during that time. I was stationed at the Washington Navy Yard, right? I was a member of the Oath Keepers. I was running events in organizations down in Washington, D.C. for conservatives and for libertarian groups and patriot groups. And we were meeting with congressmen and senators. We were doing 9/11 Truth mock congresses, right? And so I understood it during this time that there was things happening in the military, things happening in D.C., and there was a political uprising, that there was a coup happening against the neocons that we had at that point in time. And one of the things that I learned during this time frame is that military secrets, special access programs, USAPs, unacknowledged special access programs, were being stolen. This is why actually I talk about that Ben Spear incident with Minot, North Dakota, with the AGM nuclear warhead, because I was told by a four-star admiral back in the day in 2009 timeframe. He said, go look at various military incidences and ask yourself, does that seem logical, or is this just what they're reporting to cover up something much bigger? And so that's what I started to do. And I started to see all this alignment that, hey, it appears as if military technology is being stolen. And here's a prime example, and then a connection that is mind-blowing, right? It is that you have Minot, North Dakota, August of 2008, they send nuclear triggers. So ICBM nuclear triggers from Minot to the Defense Logistics Agency in Utah. 4 boxes. The 4 boxes arrive at the Defense Logistics Agency, classified technology. They take them in, they mislabel them helicopter batteries, and they put them on a shelf with hundreds of other boxes of helicopter batteries. A few months later, those 4 boxes, and only those 4 boxes of helicopter batteries, were shipped off to Taiwan. From what we got from it, from what we gathered, and this isn't in the public discourse, is that those 4 boxes were then interdicted by Taiwanese intelligence on their way over to China. And this opened up an investigation in the military, and they started looking in who allowed this to happen. Well, number one, there's a chain of custody when it leaves Minot. Number 2, there's a chain of custody when it comes in to the Defense Logistics Agency. The company that was running the Defense Logistics Agency is a company known as EG&G. People will remember that company's name because that is the same company that Bob Lazar worked for in Area 51. They are the ones that ran the Manhattan Project. They're the ones that built Area 51. They're the ones that ran the Janet flights. So I immediately recognized who this company was, and I'm like, they're not going to be handling, nuclear triggers. They're handling other types of technology. So whatever this was something much bigger. And 10 generals got reprimanded and forced into retirement. One of them was Lieutenant General Kevin Sullivan. Now, what's interesting about that is we always talk about intelligence and legacy families within secret programs. Well, the deep state likes legacy families. They like keeping things in the family. And so Kevin Sullivan adopted a son by the name of Jonathan Sullivan, who just happened to be Jaden X, the filmographer, on January 6th in Washington, D.C. in 2021. Now, that's not a coincidence. It's because they keep things in the family. But what I began to see is this operation that was underway. And I kind of mapped it out over the years. But when you get to the Q part, 2017, what you have is a psychological warfare operation designed to wake up America, focused on Christians, on patriots, focused on conspiracy theorists, focused on veterans, to get them to begin to follow breadcrumbs, to research and to investigate, to get out there and speak out about what they are discovering. It came off the hinges of Pizzagate. And it goes back to one of the things General Flynn said in 2016 is that this was an insurgency, folks. This was irregular warfare at its finest. We have an army of digital soldiers. We have to take back the idea of information. And during that point in time, we had a place when digital technology was starting to expand beyond anything we could ever imagine, where we're able to upload 3-minute videos and people consume memes and 124 character tweets or videos. People are moving away from 60-minute news broadcasts and 30-minute news broadcasts. So we had a different way of consuming information, and we all rose up in this time frame. And what Q did is it unlocked the door to investigative research. It opened up the door for us to follow those breadcrumbs and start getting that public information that was buried, that the news media, the mainstream media, would never touch, and begin putting together this puzzle. And it all culminated till after 2020, when the election was stolen, to where we became the media. We are the media now. We are the face figures that people go to for their news. And what are we doing? We are putting it all together. And we got Q to thank for that, because that was the purpose of it. And so when I start to look at other aspects of it, it's a proxy board of communication. It's over 4,000, almost 5,000 posts where you can go in there and you can utilize timestamps, you can use time notes, you can use various different words, anything that has a contextual reference frame for a tweet, and you can send that out on your X profile, and now you can communicate with another person just the way that spies did in Germany, U.S. spies did in Germany, with going out there and throwing communication within a book on a certain page in the library, but giving the signal that the note is in the book in the library by the coffee shop sign being just a little crooked, and only these people know those signals and the signs, and they go in there and they can find the communication, and then they can go decode it, and now they got the information, and it doesn't have to transfer over these types of airwaves. And this is what we're seeing with what Q is and was it was a psyop to wake us up, to get us motivated to become the voice of America, to rise up, because there's an aspect of Q called the Keystone, and everybody's like, what is the Keystone? Is it Ukraine, or is it, what is it?
Hold that thought, Josh, because I want to talk about the other part. And Mike, you'll understand this too from when you think about battlefield planning. You have this great apparatus that was just designed that Josh outlined. But how do you get normal everyday Americans there? Not just the people that are operating the dark web, but how do you get, your teachers, your doctors, your cops, your lawyer, how do you get them there? And this is where you think ambush. And I think this is what's going to come to shock people if we ever get the full complete picture in the end. Not all censorship came from the bad guys.
Nope.
What you saw was all of a sudden our voices were getting deplatformed off of these spaces there, whether it was X or YouTube. So what was the external Q component doing? It was forcing decentralize. So you had, at the time, Twitter and YouTube. Who were they going after? The main voices, the big voices. But all of a sudden, you saw other voices that were like, well, they don't have a big audience. And so you're forcing people to decentralize where they're going for this information into places like whether it was Gab or Getter or Twitch or wherever it was. And then what did you have there? People that could all of a sudden start having these conversations and look into this information that Josh has talked about. So you had these two things that were running parallel that complemented each other to get us to where we're at now. And the game changer for this is, so the deep state, they rolled with that. They were going with censorship. But then all of a sudden something happened that made them panic. And this is where they made a very big mistake. We got news that this man, this big tech guy, said, I'm going to buy Twitter. And we all know him as Elon. And what the deep state knew at that second was, hold up. Our method of censorship right now has been deplatforming. And so if he takes over Twitter, we're going to lose the ability to deplatform. So now what do? Well, we got to flood the information highways with just overabundance of information. So what this did is it forced them into recruiting people, whether it was Clubhouse or these other apps that, you know, weren't necessarily part of like their formal recruitments. These were just people, well, they got a big voice, let's see if we can get them. And it started off with, you know, in those conversations, and I've had people that have come forward and say, hey, this is how much money I was offered, this was the narrative that I was told to push. So we know that this is something that legitimately was happening. But what happened was that, well, now it forced the counterweight came. And that's where you saw this massive amount of people that weren't big voices, but had the information because of these boards. And with that, I'll get back to you, Josh.
Yeah. And so when you go into the idea of Keystone, it says it right there in the key post that the key is POTUS and military intelligence, and the stone is the people. And that those three combined equal the keystone, the one that unlocks what America truly is. And what he's trying to tell us is that to take back America, POTUS and the military can't do this on their own. They need the people. And it's not just the support of the people, because our republic was never meant for just us to vote once every 4 years or vote every 2 years and, you know, sit back and go live our lives. Is that we have to be active participants. This is the point of a republic. That, and I said this today in an earlier interview. I said, you know, it's very funny how when Budweiser pisses us off or Dick's Sporting Good pisses us off, we can go out there and we can raise our voices in a unified accord and cancel the shit out of them. But the same people cannot get together and say, Trump, it's time to fire Pam Bondi. Trump, you need to get rid of Susie Wiles. Because here's the thing. If we did in that same type of campaign, it would happen instantaneously. Because that's how this government operates. So if we remember, Trump said, I'm returning the power back to the people. But the question is are the people ready? Because the power comes with great responsibility. And that responsibility is that we have to come in and come together through our commonalities. And we have to lead this government. We have to tell our representatives, our Congress, our Senate, our president, that hell no, this is what we want. Hey, look, I don't care if you think that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax. I don't think if you believe that there's a nothing burger. I don't give a shit. I want it all released. I want it all unredacted. And I want it yesterday. I want to know all the people that are on that list. I want to know the methods and the uses. I want to see the integrative nature of how Jeffrey Epstein ran the finances for illicit organizations and then funneled that into legitimate finances, laundering money for the billionaires of the world, for the criminal cartel organization known as the CIA, and for basically showing us everything and how it works. That's the main reason why they're not releasing the Epstein files. It has nothing to do with Epstein or the victims. It has nothing to do with the people on the compromise. It has everything to do because it exposes the network of the deep intelligence apparatus, how it moves money, how it influences elections, how it overthrows countries, because that is the truth. But here's the thing is they're trying to protect the system. And you know what? Fuck the system. Stop protecting it. It's time to release it. And if we came out there in the same united accord as we did against Budweiser, it would happen tomorrow.
Brilliant, brilliant. Now the Seditious Six, I was on a roundtable last night with senior enlisted senior officers. All of us were in unison in denouncing the Seditious Six. Now we've heard that the Seditious Six, were informed by the CIA. So now we're talking that what you're just talking about, John Ratcliffe, he's in the CIA, of course. He was director of national intelligence at one time too. So he's got all the insight. So I was like, okay, let's see what he does. I haven't seen anything. I was in the CIA for 11 years. I know how that operates there. And if nothing's happened, that means it's business as usual. And that's why we're seeing these Seditious Six and some of these other people that are coming out with a coordinated movement right now to destroy America. What are your thoughts on Seditious Six, guys?
So, well, 2 days ago, I woke up to something that was had me smiling, but the White House had actually reposted my video calling out the Seditious Six, and
wow.
So
very good.
Yeah, so I was pretty pumped up about that, and the point that I was making in the video is they want, this had nothing to do with illegal orders.
Right.
What they wanted to do was they wanted to get into the minds of some of these troops that we know probably shouldn't be there, got in there through Biden's administration. They weren't filtered out because we know Obama got rid of, what was it, 150, 160 some generals, flag officers during his time.
198 constitutional generals right after he won re-election and got inaugurated in 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, so just under 200. So we know that lack of leadership is going to allow a lot of people to filter through the cracks that otherwise would have probably just kind of, phased themselves out. And in the absence of that, we know a lot of them have not only stayed, but it's put in a position of rank. We know a lot of rank comes with time of service. And so what they were doing was, they're getting in the heads of those people that whatever ideology you have, you're right. But there's another group of people too, it's just to get them to doubt President Trump. That's what it comes down to, because if you do have a compromise, major or a colonel that gives an order, and you're a soldier that doesn't, or a Marine or whatever the case may be, you're a service member that doesn't really understand what's the big picture of something that's going on, a lot can happen before you realize we shouldn't be here. And we know this because when we went out to war, you're not at home like the audience watching all the graphics on Fox or CNN. This unit's here, this unit's here, this unit's here. And you can kind of say, oh, we see the push. No, you're part of a platoon or a company that said, hey, we're going to go take Route Sioux, and this is the time frame that we got to do it in. And unless you're the officers at, in headquarters, you don't know what everybody else is doing. So how would you know if you're a part of something bad or nefarious with that lack of information? Well, you're probably going to be participating a long time before you figure that out. And so what they did was they really put this seed of doubt in these troops with all the rhetoric that's going out there. And then on top of that, when we're at the barracks, what's being shown on TV? CNN and Fox. It's Mockingbird Media. They're not showing alt media. They're not showing podcasts. So you're just seeing two birds or two wings of the same bird on this Mockingbird Media. So you get these troops that are like, well, the court of public opinion doesn't literally look like they're on our side, let alone Trump's side, or some of them are. And that creates hesitation. And I think that they are trying to create all that because something big is coming down the pipeline very shortly. And they want inaction and they want revolt.
Yep. So there's another part here, and that when they called this out, they weren't only just speaking the military. They were speaking the federal law enforcement. They were speaking to the intelligence community. And actually, what is it, today or yesterday or today, we had this leak of the conversation between Lutnick and Zelensky about Zelensky coaching on how to talk to Putin and negotiate this. And this got leaked by someone in the intelligence agency. So here's the thing, is it's already started. It is already began. So what happens when people in the intelligence community think that they're the next Edward Snowden and begin just releasing classified intelligence? Oh, Trump's doing this. Look what's going on here. Oh, this is my thoughts on this. They think that they're being patriots to the country, but they're really hurting national security and they're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's the situation that we're in. And you can blame the radical left for this. You can blame those seditious six for this. What happens when you have federal law enforcement that are going on a raid of Tren Aragua, and that the guy that's backing you up decides, you know what, I'm not following this order when you guys are all making the move, and he doesn't have your back at that point in time. This is the type of stuff that we have to watch out for, because this is now all in play because of what they did.
And we've seen this playbook. This playbook goes all the way back to Obama. And where do we see it? With cops. If you rewind the clock back 30, 40 years, there was respect and appreciation. There was admiration for law enforcement. And then all of a sudden we get into the Obama administration and you started to see these two communities, law enforcement and the citizenry, that they didn't trust each other. And you had, whether it was the shootings in Dallas, whether it was, Kaepernick taking the knee, whether it was BLM, going through the streets, it became accepted. Well, it's part of the First Amendment. It's this. And if cops don't like it, you're bad. We saw in a small window of 8 years that the vast majority of people at a minimum developed distrust of law enforcement. And then from there, you got activism that all of a sudden became dangerous. We were seeing cops in New York sitting in their squad cars get shot in the head, and there wasn't a whole lot of outrage from it. you know, and that goes into, you know, and when you get it that third phase, which is dehumanization, which to God, we've seen that between whether it was Israel and Palestine or Russia and Ukraine, we've definitely all gone through the dehumanization. Well, the final phase is 4. So they already have the playbook for that. And this is what we're going to start seeing with the military. Create doubt within the military itself with its commander in chief. Now, at the same time, create doubt in the community that if military responds, is it something lawful or is it not lawful? Because most civilians don't understand chain of command. They don't understand the rules of engagement and stuff that we have in the military. So at the first instance of something that goes sideways, and maybe this situation, we don't really know the details of this shooting that happened today, but what if this was because there was hesitation on the side of the National Guard, or was it because these National Guard members maybe weren't armed? Like, we don't know yet. But if we end up finding out information that there was hesitation, what happens now when the next, because what's probably going to happen to the National Guard members in this area now? They're probably going to be armed if they're not armed. And their rules of engagement
are going to bring in 500 more.
Well, there you go, because now you're increasing the statistical odds of something happening. Yeah. Because now the next National Guard member is going to be like, well, I'm not going to be the one that's going to get shot to the dome on that picture that I saw with, you know, Secret Service trying to attend to this guy. That ain't going to be me. So then he pulls the trigger.
That's not good.
And then it's all plastered over the media like we saw with Floyd. It's the same thing we saw with all the BLM stuff, but it's going to be pointed at the military. Why? So this way, any movement that Trump makes with the military is going to be seen as him overstepping the powers of the presidency. And they were trying, and I truly believe that this is what we saw happening in LA. I think that they were trying to test the timing, how much resources, what's the window that Trump will deploy this, what level of use of force is he going to allow the military, the Marines, and the National Guard to execute there, and how much jurisdiction are they going to take over local law enforcement? And I think both sides weren't really trying to show their hands, but I think it was because this was always the plan, what we're about to step into in the next few weeks.
So I got an update on the shooting in DC. You ready for this?
Yeah.
National Guard shooter identified as Ramanullah Lakanawal, 29, of Afghanistan, entered the United States under the Biden administration in 2021. It has begun.
Yep. So let's look at, we've talked about how there's going to be these false flags and eventually war in the big cities. Do you think that Venezuela they know that it's about to get hit, and the cartels, run all the way back to these big cities? And they control the governors and the mayors and all that stuff. Do you think maybe that's one of the reasons why they're trying to push this right now?
So a few things about Venezuela. So did you listen to the Gary Bernstein interview with Lara Logan? I mean, they put out some great information.
I saw that, but
yeah.
I haven't gotten to see it yet.
For a little bit of information for people out there, you have the Cartel del Sols. So the Cartel del Sols is not their generals don't have stars; they have suns. So the Cartel of the Suns, the head guy is Maduro, and the generals are like the capos, and they run all of the cartels and gangs in that organization. You have Tren de Aragua, which was trained in prison by the Maduro regime with Iranian intelligence. I mean, they had 500 operators of Tren de Aragua that were trained by Iranian intelligence, and then they were the first deployable assets into the United States of America, followed by 5,000 of their army afterwards. You have Margarita Island off the coast of Venezuela, of which since 2011 through congressional testimony has been a haven for Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Iranian Revolutionary Guard. I mean, when we're talking Hezbollah, we're talking about Hezbollah Unit 910. This is what Todd Bensman testified in 2022 in congressional testimony that was coming over the Texas border in troves, not hundreds, thousands. 5,000 is what they interdicted at the Texas border. They're told by the Biden administration, let them go through. This is trained by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. And where do we put them? We put them in U.S. cities. And so this was just one small part of a larger piece. And so Hamas, Houthis, Iran, you would have Iran's foreign minister who was in Caracas on the night of the 2020 election with Donald Trump, watching with Maduro as Venezuela, Iran, Soros and friends, and the UK MI6 stole the U.S. election from Donald Trump. So we have this big connection that, and I look at these, or like countries like Venezuela, I look at them as, I call them autonomous zones. It's like Ukraine. Ukraine is being liberated as an autonomous zone right now by Putin, in my belief. and that Trump and Putin are basically going to split up the resources and tell Zelensky to kind of take a hike. But Venezuela is another autonomous zone. It doesn't have any international oversight. These countries can do anything that they want, and they're very rich, they're very wealthy, and they're very powerful. When the Cartel of the Suns, the Cartel del Sols, came into power, they seized the $4 trillion of assets. 4 of their top billionaires hold about $2.1 trillion in actual money and capital, and this is what they utilize to fund a lot of these international organizations and operations. You have Cuban Intelligence Agency, which runs a lot of their operations throughout Latin America and throughout Mexico. You have China that came in with the Belt and Roads Initiative all throughout South America, Latin America. They control the Panama Canal. They've been funding the Mexican cartels, supplying them with uniforms and weapons and equipment. Last year, when we heard manpads were coming over the southern border, these were directly from Chinese special forces troops that were operating with the cartels in Mexico that were bringing over resources in the United States of America. And so when we start to look at this, we have to understand that the Biden administration allowing 23 million people into the United States illegally wasn't done just because we love people and we need to diversify our gene pool. It was done because they were preparing for a war. They were bringing their members of their army over our southern border, and they were implementing them. So why did we have 2 million Chinese military-age males? Because that's the cleanup crew. That was part of the deal. China funds a lot of their operations after the color revolution's over, and this is how it would look like. And I know we talked about this with Scott and Nino, is that you would have Hamas and Hezbollah, you have Trinidad and Tobago in a city. You would have 100 of them. I mean, we're talking there's thousands, if not tens of thousands of them in these cities. You only need 100. You only need 100. You break those 100 up into 5 groups of 20. You have an active shooter situation on the south side of the city, which produces an all call. Immediately when the police are on that one side, you take down the 911 communications. The other groups, they go out, they take over communications, they take over power and energy. They go to the police precincts, take over the armory, the National Guard armory, and that state is done. All command and control is lost at that point. And that's only with 100 men. You got tens of thousands in there. And then what happens after that state's taken over? That's when the Chinese military would come in and occupy it. They put people in the prison camps, and now they own that land. And we know this because, I mean, you guys saw combat. I didn't, but we all know this, that if Minneapolis was turned into Fallujah, it would take less than 24 hours to take down that city. It would take 5 years to get it back.
Yep.
That's the scenario that's being brought up.
Insight. This is great, and then Alpha, you can jump in because this is in our kind of realm, combat action. So when I was at before I left the military 25 years ago in SEAL teams, I was working in the intel branch and operations and all that kind of stuff. We already knew that Hamas was coming into South America and infiltrating heavily. 10 years before that, 35 years ago, when I was at SEAL Team 6, we were already discussing going into Venezuela 35 years ago. So we have known about this for a while. We have planned about this for a long time. I think we're coming, obviously, to a head with this. What were your thoughts, Alpha?
Well, one of the easiest things that we can do, because now we're talking about we're talking about war strategy on domestic soil. And that's gonna you're gonna operate differently then, because morale's a weapon. And one of the things that allows us as gunslingers to operate the way we do when we're in foreign ground is because you don't have the concept of worry about your family, because your family's secured, so you can focus on your job. Well, when the war unfolds on U.S. soil, all of a sudden, there's a new variable that even our most elite have never had to really deal with. And is things at home as secure as I think it is? And anytime you introduce a variable into the formula of a combat strategy, that just makes everything more dangerous. Now, one of the things that law enforcement can do right now in collaboration with the military, and this is where you're going to need the guys that were prior intel, prior SOF, that are now in law enforcement, need to speak up. If you're in the Department of Corrections, and I know a lot of people in the Department of Corrections watch this show. If you're in the Department of Corrections and you've seen a drop, I'm talking a significant drop in inmate crime, in gang crime, or correspondence in the jails, we would say, well, that's a great thing. If that matches the fact that you have been proactive, you've been doing enforcement, that you would expect that. Now, if you're being honest with yourselves and you haven't seen operations, task force, if you haven't seen any proactive movement and you're seeing that, you better start asking fucking questions. You better reach out, go from the Department of Corrections, you better reach out unto your gang and your cartel cops that are operating in the streets. And if they tell you they're seeing the same thing and they don't have the proactive measures, let me tell you guys what's really fucking going on. We have known historically, especially with the Southern gangs and the Mexican gangs, whether it's MS-13, whether it's 18th Street, whatever the case may be, we've always understood, well, they answer to the Mexican mafia because we've never had to really dig beyond that. But when you start to look at the Mexican mafia is not the one all control all. Who do they answer to that's in Mexico? Whether it's the Sinaloa cartel or the Michoacana or Juarez, but then where do they answer to? Because it's all, where do the drugs come from? That's where the ultimate power comes. And this brings us all the way back to Colombia. This brings us back to Venezuela. This brings us back to those. Now, if those cartels are saying, hey, the last thing we need is for you guys to be doing at the street level, right? Because they do stuff just like we do in the military. The last thing we need you guys to do is too much robbery, because what you're going to do is you're going to generate your normal law enforcement investigations that are going to start wiretapping things. They're going to start doing surveillance of things. And what we need is the most minimal amount of that, because what are we doing? We're actually plotting a color revolution. Whether the street gangs understand that or they get all that, this is the intent of why it is. And so one of the things that law enforcement can do right now is, if you have seen a significant drop in your gang and your cartel crimes, find a way to get in contacts with your federal partners that work in Mexico. Find a way to get in contact with your federal partners that are at Customs and Border Patrol. We know that they have a shitload more guys that are working in Customs and Border Patrol. And this goes into a conversation that me and Josh had a few weeks ago, where there was we're gonna hire 100,000 more. And we know the background process takes a while. And we know that your normal everyday cops can't. But what did that do? That provided camouflage to get military special forces guys to do adjacent style training, because you still got to operate within the confines of the law, but you can expedite training. You can say, hey, this training will suffice for this, and we're going to get you credentialed. And we know that these guys are working at the Border Patrol. We know they're in HSI and CBP. If all these people can find a way to centralize their intelligence, they'll be able to figure out exactly the locations of these color revolutions. Because I don't care how great our DOD intel is, this is not foreign soil. The intel from your street cop is something that is going to be new for everybody. And they need to figure it out now, not when this is actually unfolding, because then it's going to be too late.
Wow, that's fantastic. You got both sides of that fence. You have the military side and the law enforcement side, and you work with gangs and all that kind of stuff. Wow, super amazing insight. Now, Josh, back over to you. So politically, giving all this cover, we have the Seditious Six. You have Mark Kelly, captain in the Navy and astronaut. He's like, how dare Trump, I've served my country. Well, so did Benedict Arnold. So we're seeing the same thing. I look at both of them. I'm like, you're Benedict Arnold currently. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that what we're looking at is the surface level. We see a senator, we see a captain of the United States Navy, a test pilot, an astronaut. But behind the scenes, we see someone who was probably recruited a long time ago into a deep state intelligence apparatus, and who's nothing more than a rogue operator that is facilitating for the deep state. I mean, this goes back all the way to Gabby Gifford, his wife, that was shot in the head. She was a congressman. He was just a naval officer at the time. And then, what happens? His wife, gets shot in the head, and this prompts massive legislation for gun change. And it's like, wow, that just seems to be a false flag. The guy was a veteran. I mean, Thomas Crooks, according to the FBI, operated alone. We have Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk assassin, operated alone. We have everybody operated alone. All these lone gunmen, man. I mean, all these school shootings, all just lone gunmen. But then we know that there's operations in the past where the FBI goes in and they recruit them, that they utilize Facebook with various different types of their algorithm to focus and target specific individuals. And then they radicalize them. They throw them in the Discord groups. And then the FBI goes in there and begins prompting them and setting them up and giving them access to various different things. And next thing you know, you got a false flag operation. And the FBI agents that set them up are the same ones busting them and saying that they're lone gunmen. I mean, this is MK Ultra 2.0 when we start talking about these active shooters, all these different people. And here's the thing. It's no different than Mark Kelly. It's no different than a lot of these Democrats. They were groomed to be in this position. I mean, the historical aspect of this, I tell this story often. When you came out of World War II, there's a little known fact that not many people know. So when the United States began Operation Paperclip, they utilized parts of Army intelligence, the first branches of OSS, in Berlin at that time. Now, there's only a few people in the Army that actually spoke German. One sergeant specifically that spoke German was utilized as the main recruiter for Operation Paperclip. His name is incredibly famous, but nobody knows the story about him. This was Sergeant Henry Kissinger.
Wow.
I shit you not. He is the main recruiter for Operation Paperclip. So what happens? You get all of these generals, these scientists, all these people within the Nazi regiment that come over to the United States of America. Well, what do we do with them? We're going to put a German-speaking, white-haired, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed German girl into an American school on a military base right after World War II? That's asinine. You're not going to do that. No, you're going to put them in families, high, powerful families. You're going to put them in public or private schools, right? So they're going to get adopted into these other families. Well, that's how the Fourth Reich infiltrated the United States of America.
Absolutely.
They had these groomed children that go and begin infiltrating these high-class, high-level societies. Like I always talk about LDR, Lynn Forsythe Rothschild, who married into the Rothschild dynasty and is now one of the wealthiest Rothschilds on the planet and runs all of their philanthropy and organizations. Well, here's the thing. She's not a blood Rothschild, but she runs the majority of their organizations. Where does she come from? New Jersey. Her mother was a school teacher. Her father was a military officer. Oh, well, wait a minute. You go to all these other wives that are out there with very similar characteristics, blonde hair, blue eyes, and guess what? Their mothers are school teachers, their fathers are military officers, and it's the same MO, but then you can't find anything on their mother or their father. Why? Because they were most likely spawns directly out of Operation Paperclip. They were the children of these Nazis that came over that were then groomed and put into our society and began moving up the ladders. And instead of being the president of the United States, they become the wife of the president. Instead of being the Secretary of Defense, they're the wife of the Secretary of Defense. And this is their handlers that go in there and ensure that they are well taken care of, that they have all the compromise that they need on these people, and that when they need something done, it's going to get done, or that person is going to take them to the cleaner and scream rape or release their naughty photos of what they did with children in Epstein's Island. This is how this system works, and it's very old, it's very ancient, it's very evil, very satanic, and it's been operating for a very long time. And so when I look at these people like Mark Kelly, I immediately go to that perspective because honestly, I think what we are dealing with is a very, not just a radical ideology. We kind of get confused with that. It's like it's a radical ideology. No, we're talking about a cult. We are talking about a deep, dark, evil, satanic cult. The majority of the people that are in it have no idea that they're even a part of it. But the people that are at the top echelons, the people that are in positions of power, they're capos, the generals that are positioned throughout the world, they know exactly what they're doing. They understand that they're working towards their greater good. And people are like, well, what's their greater good? Well, it's 85% depopulation of the world. It's eugenics. It's modification of the human genome to make us inferior and them superior through technology, through AI integration, through genetic manipulation, increasing their intelligence and their strength to make themselves demigods in the eyes of technology, to make us completely enslaved and inferior underneath them, because that has been their goal since the times of Babylon.
Wow. That's fantastic. So yeah, the political realm is definitely infiltrated and part of the problem. We see the Bush family. I've had Sheila Holm on, and she's basically revealed that the Bush family are the Scherfs of Germany. They They grew up in Germany. They were with Morton. All the top guys, that were Germans, and during their time frame, George H.W. Bush was in the German Navy at 16 years old, born in Germany, so he couldn't have been president, but he was. His father, once they changed their names, Prescott Bush, and then George H.W. Bush Sr. Became CIA head, and then the president of the United States. So the infiltration was happening long before Project Paperclip, and it is still ongoing. So uncovering this, understanding this, and taking that system down it's like scaling Mount Everest without oxygen. It's crazy, but this is what we're faced with right now. But what do you think? Are we going to be successful with this, Alpha?
I think we are, and I was looking something Josh said just cued me off to go look at to see if Trump had posted anything, because we know he's been posting a lot on Truth, but he doesn't do a whole lot on X. And sure enough, a few hours ago he did post on X, and it was the screenshot from his Truth Social post, and it was at 1:59 my time, so it'd be 4:59 p.m. Eastern time. And this is the post for those that haven't seen it yet. The animal that shot the 2 National Guardsmen, with both being critically wounded, is also severely wounded, but regardless will pay a very steep price. God bless our great National Guard and all of our military and law enforcement. These are truly great people. I, as President of the United States, and everyone associated with the office of the presidency, am with you. Now, I wanted to see, hey, is there any relevance to this timestamp? And I definitely think there is. When I went to the boards to look up 4:59, it has a December 25th date on it, which is right around the corner. But this looks like a operational message. I don't know if I can want me to share this so you guys can see it. Definitely. Mike, what I'm looking at real quick. Here we go. So you can bring that up when you want. And 4:59, for those that don't really understand the boards, just pulling that off the timestamp. Well, what's it say here? It has 10 and then brackets 10-9, operational window. And then there's a series of codes there that I'm going to say are for an operator, that your everyday, a non or digital soldier is not going to be able to probably decipher that. So chances are that that's something for it's an operator. Secured floor, and then you have confirm, white. So, and this is reference the shooting that happened with the National Guard. I think he just calmed out to one of the operators that's out there earlier on how to deal with this. And the fact that he took this Truth Social post and he put it to Twitter, and he has Twitter FW_. I think this is the saying, hey, the same way, nuke subs, the way they break codes for confirmation, we know. And this goes back to actually what we talked about last night on DEF CON with Josh. We're talking about signature reduction, the 60,000 army. And one of the things that they learned in this is that you had, and the reason this is important is, even though this is the methodology that they used years ago, you got to look at, well, what would that look like present day with our technology? And what we understand is back then, they just had all these women that went on these different FM and AM frequencies that were either saying song lyrics, reading certain messages that to the normal person here, it had made no sense. But to an operator, knowing that if it was posted between a certain window and if it was coming from a certain location, they knew exactly how to code that out. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right here in this message. You're getting the Twitter confirmation, you're getting the operational code, and it's following something that just happened with, and who knows if the December 25th date plays into it. But I do think that there is a comm here, which would tell me that Trump's team is probably actively dealing with this beyond what we're just seeing on the surface and what's being reported.
Oh, yeah. Undoubtedly.
Yeah, I think that we're about to see a lot of action over the course of the next few days. I mean, the guy that shot these National Guard soldiers was yelling Allah Akbar before he did it. I mean, this was a terrorist event. This is a terrorist event on American soil, and the DOD, the Trump administration needs to treat it as such, which means an immediate THREATCON Delta and all military installations around the country, around the world. Military posture needs to be elevated. We need to start activating, getting, and like I know that we don't want to go this way, but he's got to start thinking about national security directives. He's got to start thinking about continuity of government. He's got to start thinking about the Insurrection Act, because this is where this is going to lead to. This is just one of many. And this is one of probably a million radicalized fundamental Islamic terrorists that are in our country that came over in the last 4 years from the Middle East, that's a member of ISIS or ISIL or Hamas or Hezbollah or Taliban. They are here. And I'm not trying to scare people. I'm not trying to, get people to thinking in fear. I mean, most of us, I think everybody on your audience as well, is well armed. So we're okay. But I want people to understand that there is a direct threat to the United States of America. That I've said from the get-go, these people will never give up power and control, that they will scorch this earth before they ever do. And we are at the scorched earth moment because of the information that just came out over the last few days of the 2020 election fraud, uncovering their whole system of operation, shutting down the whole computer system in Serbia, exposing the Venezuelan network for criminal enterprise, human trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, all of this, how that black money moves from illicit activity into the financial coffers of investment banks in Switzerland or in London or in the United States on Wall Street. That system is being exposed, and that's their greatest fear because that is the lifeblood that keeps them going. And so this means for them, it's game time. For them, it is all hands on deck. We are about to have the green light to go, which means that the Trump administration better be ready.
I think before you see that green light, if people are looking for markers that are going to show that green light, look for either the firing or reassignment of Ratcliffe and Susie Wiles.
Yep. And Bondi, even Bondi.
Well, I think before you see a move on Bondi or Cash, you got to see a move on Susie Wiles first. Because if you see the move on Susie Wiles and then all of a sudden you see more activity come out of there, then you can isolate it to, okay, this is what was preventing them. If you make a move on Susie Wiles and things still remain static, then you move to the next tier, you take out Bondi. You take out, and when I say take out, I mean replace, just for the people that want to take things out of context. You fire her or replace her. When you do that, if all of a sudden you see more activity out of the FBI with Cash and Bongino, then you know, okay, it was Bondi that was handcuffing them. If you remove Bondi and you still are not getting activity out of the FBI, well, then you're talking about an entire lineup change that President Trump's going to have to do across his administration. But I think if you start off first with Susie Wiles and Ratcliffe, I think you see those as strong markers that it's go time with that.
Yeah.
Because
now, the FBI
he has to do something right now.
Yep.
With the seditious six, the shots on these two National Guard members, whether he likes the position or not, he has to make a dramatic response to that. And that requires more than just bringing people in for questioning.
Correct.
Yeah, I think it might be this weekend. So when it really kicks off, but it's hard. I don't like to predict because that's always 99% of the time wrong. But it looks like it's moving in that direction. So we'll see. Regardless, we're moving in that direction. So I'm glad you guys brought up the Muslim extremism. It's throughout America. And Alpha, you and I have fought in those areas. The extremists are the ones that run the show. They completely control everybody else in those countries. Once they get in charge, once they get in power, the people, it could be like 1 or 2%, kind of like what we've seen in America. They control everybody. So what are your guys' thoughts on the Muslims if this kicks in from the extremists?
And this goes back to Obama. They've wanted the religious war or the race war in our country to unfold. They've wanted that. They've seeded all the variables there. They just need a triggering event for that. I think Trump making this move on designating some of the factions of the Muslim Brotherhood, I think that's an indicator that he recognizes how close they are to activating that scenario. And I think what he's doing now is he's tapping into, because here's the thing. if they're designating factions of the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations, that means they have the authority to now monitor them, track the funding, and that's going to take them behind the scenes to stuff that maybe, at least legally, they probably weren't supposed to be monitoring, now that they can monitor. So I think you are going to see that. Abbott making that first move in Texas kind of shows the precedence for that. And again, it's what both sides do. When Abbott did that, what do you think Trump and the administration did? They went to social media, they went to podcasts, and they started to look at the court of public opinion. Are conservatives, MAGA, America First, are they in a position where they can tolerate this? And they got the answer. Okay, now that we got the answer, because Abbott was the test case, let's go and start designating these Muslim factions as that to proceed. It's the same thing the deep state's doing right now with the shot on the National Guard. Like, both sides are doing this. So I think the concern is what we're seeing is you have these officers, and I'm going to err on the side of caution and say probably are tapped into the Muslim Brotherhood. That's speculation on my behalf, that are now cops. And why is that significant? Because when you're a cop, you now have access to very confidential databases, whether it's NLETs, I won't go through all of them, but there's different databases that they can easily go through and see everybody in that county or that state that has weapons. Where are the houses that have guns? Where they now know, because we have special markers, I'll leave it at that, to designate where officers and very important people live. So this way, when that address populates on your MDC, you know where you're going, because that may change the way you handle that particular call. Well, now if you just gave that to people that are, it's their video that they put out there. We will always be for our community. That's not the oath of a police. That's not the oath of a police officer. Yeah. But they went out and made these videos. So you have to wonder, are they getting that information? And are they feeding it into terrorist cells that now know, like Josh said, if they're going to make a move on somewhere in Minnesota, or a move somewhere in Michigan, or a move somewhere in Austin, they know exactly where the cops and officials live to take them out first. So, but I think Trump making that move, at least that's a hat tip to me, that they're aware where this is going, and I think they're ahead of it. So I don't think they're going to be able to pull off what they want.
Yeah, and I actually made a prediction last night. I said CAIR, C-A-I-R. This is Linda Lassour and all these people, the ones that funded Madani in New York. This is the CAIR PAC that actually funded it. Direct connections back to Soros, by the way. They will be the next ones to be declared a terrorist organization. And that's why I think they went out there with the Muslim Brotherhood and defined certain factions, because what you're seeing is CAIR is actually funded by the Muslim Brotherhood, but this is various factions that are actually providing the funding. Now, going back into it, one of the questions that we never ask, and I think that this is culturally important, is why Islam? Why was Islam chosen for this? And they absolutely were groomed and chosen for this. And it's because of the Muhammad doctrine, right? Muslims have this 1,400 years of history of conquering empires by one person moving into a village. One person moves into the village, they infiltrate. People are like, hey, you're a nice person. Oh, great. Yeah, move in. Oh, another one moved in. Oh, they're awesome. The next thing you know is they completely infiltrated, and all the white people or the black people, they're moving out. And then what do? They intimidate, they replicate, and they intimidate. So they replicate, they get their progeny in there, and then they intimidate. This is what you're seeing in London and all throughout the UK right now. Okay. After intimidate, they exterminate. They ensure they take over that land, and they take it over for good. And they start with small towns, they move on the cities, then they move on to entire countries. And within 200 years, they will own this entire country if we allow it to happen. And this is why they chose Muslims as well. There's this cult-like obedience that is brought about by Sharia law, that is brought about by Islam, where you don't get this with cartels and gang members. So what the cartel is going to do to them or their family. With radical Islam, it's about what God's going to do to me if I disobey my Amen, right? So you have this whole different theological, ideological perspective that comes with these, where there's this mass obedience to where the 29-year-old will go and shoot 2 National Guard soldiers point blank in the head, yelling Allah Akbar, and he gets arrested and shot and beat up, and he don't give a shit because he's going to heaven and getting his 99 virgins and 2 goats or whatever it is, right? This is why it is them. And if we slowly allow them to integrate into our society, this is what's going to happen over a long period of time. Now, do I think Do I think that we need to take action or we need to be Islamophobic? No, absolutely. I'm not Islamophobic. I know many people who are Muslim. They're actually really great people of the community, but they're not radicalized. They're not people that have had generations of trauma through mass war because of a country in the Middle East that starts with an I, or because of, the military-industrial complex or whatever it might be. But at the end of the day, there's an infiltration in the United States of America. It wears many different faces, but there's one single hand that's leading it. And how does the Trump administration deal with this? Going to what Alpha said, people got to remember the legend of Phil Haney. Phil Haney, DHS, Department of Homeland Security founder. He was a DHS whistleblower in 2010 under the Obama administration. He called out the Muslim Brotherhood and the infiltration within our local communities, within our local governments and police forces, and how the Obama administration, through the Department of Homeland Security, destroyed the evidence and wouldn't allow it to be released. He was on the John B. Wells radio show on January 28th, 2021. And he says, John, I'm going to meet with a contact next week. I'm going to have some breaking information. And John says, well, I hope you're not suicidal, because I'm not suicidal. I have a new girlfriend. Life is great. Single gunshot wound to the head in an underpass in California ruled a freaking suicide. I mean, this is what we're dealing with here. We've been warned. And I mean, I don't want to scare people, and I hope that I don't, but we have to understand that there is a threat. There is a direct threat, because us taking back our sovereignty, our freedom, our rights, our liberties, our personhood, our individuality, that's a big, big gambit against a system that was designed to control us.
I have a 41-second clip for you, Mike, if you want to share this. Bridget Gabriel, she's a national security expert. This document, I think she explains it here, but this document is official. This is evidence in a court case, for those in case she doesn't explain that part.
Understanding the role of the Muslim Brother in North America. The process of settlement is a civilization jihadist process with all the word means. The Ikhwan, which is the Arabic word for brothers, must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers, so that it is eliminated and Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions. Is this clear? They don't mince words, do they?
She's awesome. Yeah, I love her work. But I've been in the Middle East for most of my career as a SEAL in CIA, almost all of it in CIA, and they don't integrate well at all. They have their own culture, and anyone that's outside of their culture, like we're seeing in London, like you're talking about with the rape gangs, they dehumanize, and they dehumanize everyone that's not Muslim, and they're open game. So we've seen the rape gangs, and you were talking, Josh, about how police forces are infiltrated. They're absolutely infiltrated in London. So this is definitely something we need to be aware of and start to look at very heavily. Muslims as a whole, or like Christians as a whole, or like Jews as a whole, they're good people. But when you have these extremist groups that come in and start to manipulate, like we're seeing, it can turn out really, really bad, because they're dehumanizing. They tried to, those are headshots, looks like on those two National Guard. Somebody's trained. So that's one guy. Imagine hundreds of them. It would be devastating.
You had a gentleman that came across the border in Biden's administration. This was caught on video. I think we talked about it too, Josh.
Yeah. I got it somewhere. I think I got it on my TikTok.
Yeah. Okay. You know where I'm going with it then. And they asked, they didn't know his name, or he felt insulted, and he said, "You're going to know who I am." And then a lot of information started to circulate of what the potential identity of this guy was. That's one. And we learned this, and I think it was late 2022 or early 2023. It was when the National Police Chiefs and Sheriffs Association got together. The information ended up getting leaked, and then about 2 days later, they confirmed it. And in that meeting, remember, this is either late 2022 or early 2023. We had a number of people that continued to come after that. But during that time, they had already identified 2 million tier 1 threats. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one right there.
By the way, you are smart enough, you would know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're gonna know who I am. You're gonna know who I am. Very easy. Very easy. The entitlement. No, believe me, I'm much better than that.
Okay, and I break it down of who I believe this actually is. And yeah, NLR. And there's actually a composite face match to him.
Wow.
Who was an American by Americans, and there was a big controversy over this. But this guy came over the border during the Biden administration, 2021, 2022, and he is in the United States.
Yeah, we were all warning about this. But, you know, I don't know how it got to the point where they're allowed that to go to that level. But now cleanup, like you talked about, once they come in, like Fallujah or something like that, once they get a hold, it's like it takes years to get them out. And so I've said that we're going to have cities that are going to be devastated. I said this over 5 years ago, and that's the only way you get them out. You have to like destroy the city to remove them.
Unfortunately,
it's gonna be wild. You know, just to put it in perspective for people that can't picture what 2 million tier 1 threats looks like, is if you go to the height of the war in Iraq, the most American troops we ever had on Iraqi soil at one time was just under 300,000. And if you remember looking at the graphics on the map, you're like, man, we have troops everywhere. That was less than 300,000. Imagine 2 million. And like I said, that number has probably since grown, because at the latest, that was early 2023. Imagine 2 million. And here's the thing. We saw a slight influx in social services, but not enough to match the demand of the amount of people that came through. So that means one of two things happened. Either they lied to us about the amount of people that came across the border, or the people that came across the border already had funding and financing ready for them.
Wow. So you've had almost a collapse of the food system because the bees, the spraying of the chemtrails, and 5G and all that stuff. I had a guy on talking today about how that can be reversed, but still we have some serious issues going on with their crops and food supply. The economy is right on the verge of collapsing. It's very, very close. What are you guys' thoughts on the way things go with economy, the food, and so forth? And President Trump even said, I think a couple of days ago, have a couple weeks of worth of food around.
Yeah. It's one thing that I cover all the time. And so when I built out the idea behind the Firestorm, it was kind of a conglomeration of a color revolution fitted in with the Bolshevik revolution, kind of the stages that they went through. And so what you see is social and cultural destabilization. You see political and institutional infiltration. But above that layer, you see control of the supply chain, and you see the attacks on the infrastructure. And if we go back to the Biden administration, you remember when we were reporting on it, over 239 food processing and manufacturing facilities in the United States were set on fire and destroyed during the Biden administration. We got to remember that there was a tax on infrastructure, right? And so we had that. But all of this is set up because when you have the institutional infiltration, the societal and cultural collapse, and then you have the attacks on infrastructure and supply chain, you have global economic collapse. You have World War III that gets promulgated out of this. And right now we have what I would call a liquidity crisis. And we actually just saw an example of this the other day when the Japanese bond rate skyrocketed from near zero to almost 5%. You saw Bitcoin just drop down from 110,000 almost to 87, 86,000. You saw S&P 500 drop 500 points. You see all these other stocks dropping. And the reason that is because large institutions don't use their own money to buy Bitcoin and stocks. They use borrowed money. They use the derivatives market. So what they do is they'll go out there and take Japanese bonds, and since they're so stable, they'll use them as collateral to go out there and borrow money on margin, and then they'll go buy Bitcoin. And from the Bitcoin, they'll go buy U.S. tech stocks. So when the bond rate skyrockets up, you get a liquidity crisis to where they got a call on their carry trade, and now they have to liquidate their assets, and you get these global assets begin to decline. And so one thing that we have to understand is that, probably 60 to 70% of the global markets are nothing more than credit. They're marginalized systems. It's credit borrowed on margin, and there's not enough liquid assets to back it up, which means that we are literally one day away. Anytime that those bankers want to pull the rug, they can pull it, just like they did in 1929 to buy everything back up the next day on the bottom of the market and put the U.S. into bankruptcy. They can immediately do that again. And this is why we got to get rid of the Fed system. This is why we got to go to alternative, decentralized, parallel systems, right? But
I agree.
And part of that's because of the way the deep state designed it.
Yeah.
They and me and Josh were talking about this. They designed it to, if you tried to destroy it, you collapse the regular operating economy because they intertwined them. And this was a defense measure on the way they did it. So if you try to take down the way we finance our operations and all that, you're going to destroy all of the economy. So it's something
the
that
dark money channels. If you take down the illicit, so if you take down the human trafficking, the drug trafficking, and the arms trafficking networks of illicit money, you take down the actual economy because they're directly tied into each other. Because you have the trillions of dollars of dark money that's flowing from illicit crime into the financial institutions as usable capital, which is then going and getting invested into the economy. And so if you start to take out these large human trafficking cartels and drug trafficking and arms trafficking cartels, you actually collapse the global economy. And they've integrated this together.
And I think Trump was aware of that. And I think that's why, and we've talked about this so many times as well, Trump created something I don't think that they were accounting for. And I think that's why he's weaponized tariffs as a way of making sure that, this is the backup chute. And then when you look at the resources being the way that we can finance in a sovereign wealth fund, and I know Josh has talked about that at length. I think these were the different instruments that Trump had ready, knowing what was going to happen when this system finally got exposed. And I think we're very close to that.
Incredible. All right, gents. What an absolutely incredible show. I know you guys go for hours. That I would love to keep you here for hours, but I know you got other stuff going on. But tell us a little bit about your other work and how people can reach you.
Yeah, you want to go first, Josh?
Yeah. Number one, X right there, Real Joshua Reed. You can find me there. My Substack, Red Pill Project, .substack.com, or my website, Red Pills, REDPILLS.TV. Best places to find me. The work that I have, I do the Daily Dose podcast on my channels Monday through Friday. I do DEFCON 0 on Tuesday nights, Q After Hours on Sunday nights on Badland Media. So the best places to find me.
Absolutely, yeah. You'll find all the main stuff. Obviously, you can find me and Josh doing DEFCON and Q After Hours over there on Badlands. And we'll give your guys' your audience, Mike, a little exclusive here. A new show coming down the pipeline, folks. We don't have any time, but we found a way to fit something where there is no time. And so look for probably around the beginning of the year, a new show, Black Box Conspiracies, and big plans for that.
Very nice. Yeah, you guys are you gents are taking it to the next level. So so honored and appreciative of your work. And I've seen you guys start and you've gone to the moon. Unbelievable. Good job. And
I would like to share one thing with you, Mike, and your audience. I want to say I'm very grateful and thank you. And for the audience that's been following Mike for quite some time, you'll know he was one of the first people that gave me a story when the corrupt, tyrannical government was trying to bury me. And when Mike brought me on the show, a lot of people don't know, but I had less than $80 in my bank account. I did not know where I was going to get grocery money. I was stressed out. I was like, how am I going to pay for the internet? Well, who cares? It was food. $82, and you brought me on the show, and your audience donated thousands of dollars in a very short window, and allowed us to pay people back, get some grocery stuff. Like I am where I'm at because of people like you, Mike, people like your audience, that at the beginning, when no one knew my name, no one knew my face, I was just the guy with a story. And it was, podcasts like yours and Scott and Nino's and others that brought me on and gave me an opportunity. I would not be here, and I would not have the opportunity to do what I'm doing right now if someone like you didn't take a chance on my story in the beginning. So me and my family are very grateful for that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, we love you guys. And so thanks so much for what you do. And
appreciate you.
yeah, and I know my audience loves you, so and they're going to be very excited to watch this. Those that didn't yet, so definitely you guys that are watching, hook up with these guys and their other channels. They're crushing it. As you guys saw, they're really cutting edge with their information now. So thanks a lot much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Gents, wow, that was
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, word was that the American Republic has been restored to concepts of the original Constitution. The U.S. was now functioning within a restored constitutional government under common law. President Trump was set to announce such Thanksgiving evening. As of midnight Wednesday 26th of November, 2025, the global currency reset was complete, thanks again to President Trump. Now 209 nations will be trading their gold/asset-backed currencies at a 1-to-1 with each other. No more fiat US dollar. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025, Trump signed Genesis Mission EO, making the gold-backed quantum financial system live at 1904 UTC. RV release codes were transmitted to Tier 4B, US, the internet group who own foreign currencies and ZIM bonds, redemption centers at 2311 UTC on Wednesday 26 of November, 2025. QFS Rainbow Currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. RV/GCR exchange centers were now live worldwide. The cabal's swift global financial system was now officially dead. Restored Constitutional Republic, a Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 1800 hours EST dusk takedown. The hammer just fell. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. At 2031 Zulu, Knights of Malta Sovereign Military Order defectors, alongside Russian Naval Spetsnaz and U.S. SEAL Team 6 White Hats, stormed the last functioning deep state cloning vet cathedral beneath the Rothschild Chateau in Prigny-Chambasy, Switzerland. 47 active politician clones terminated on site. Original DNA vaults torched. The Swiss Guard units that tried to intervene surrendered after the first 40 seconds, they're singing like canaries about the Epstein Island 2.0 under Lake Geneva. Simultaneous kinetic strikes just erased the final 3 adrenochrome processing plants in the cabal had hidden inside abandoned CERN tunnels. The smell of burning evil is drifting across the Alps tonight. QFS Rainbow Currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. Gitmo's new galas are finished. The Epstein client list Wave 5 just dropped internally, 1,400 names, video proof, signed confessions. The storm is inside the house. Where we go one, we go all. JFK Jr. 17. B. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 11:59 EST midday shockwave dispatch from undisclosed location. The cabal just tried to burn the board and lost their own hand. At 15:06 Zulu the deep state triggered their last resort Project Black Sky, a coordinated EMP cascade from 4 stealth blimps over North America to fake a Chinese first strike. Space Force 1st Space Brigade, in direct link with Andromeda Council motherships, shot all 4 blimps down with railgun rods over the Labrador Sea at 15:19. No blackout. No war. Just another failed false flag. At 15:44 Zulu, original constitutional sheriffs and defected MI6E squadron operatives stormed the Satanic ritual chamber beneath Hampstead Heath, London. The real Biden double number 4 just suffered catastrophic facial degloving during a staged Thanksgiving photo op at a Delaware soundstage. The silicone mask split from ear to ear on national television. Marines on site dragged the malfunctioning clone straight into a Black Hawk. Destination, Gitmo Medical Wing for full dissection. QFS just seized every single Federal Reserve note in circulation. They are now worthless paper. The RV/GCR public exchanges open worldwide at 2000 hours EST tonight. The 2020 footage master file just mirrored to 312 countries. They are out of moves. Where we go one, we go all. JFK Jr. See Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 Gnostic Illuminati cells embedded inside the P3 Freemasonry lodges in Rome have executed the complete shutdown of the real parasitic Antarctic portal network beneath the Ross Ice Shelf. Dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Brothers and sisters of the living truth, they tried to bury this 36 hours ago. They failed. In the last 24 hours alone, Gnostic Illuminati cells embedded inside the P3 Freemasonry lodges in Rome. Acting in direct concert with defected Iranian Quds Force cyber commanders and off-world Andromeda Council emissaries stationed at the Luxor Stargate complex, have executed the complete shutdown of the Vril parasitic Antarctic portal network beneath the Ross Ice Shelf. 3 primary Luciferian jump gates, codenamed Amaranth 1, Amaranth 2, Amaranth 3, were collapsed using scalar resonance weaponry at 3:17 UTC. The shockwave registered as a 6.8 earthquake on usurped seismographs. It was no earthquake. It was the sound of the deep state's last southern escape route being welded shut forever. Simultaneously, white hat squadrons from the restored constitutional U.S. Navy, operating under restored 1776 maritime law, stormed the cloned celebrity production facility beneath Pine Gap, Australia. 47 active Avatar replacements, including 2 current A-list actors scheduled for comeback roles in 2026 and 1 European royal whose original died in 2019, were extracted alive. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 The Harmageddon array is not merely offline. It has gone dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Satellite Lacrosse Pass at 9:42 UTC shows a perfectly circular crater 480 meters wide where the triple hologram emitters used to be buried under the almond groves. The soil is vitrified. Whatever weapon was used left zero radiation but glassed the bedrock to a depth of 41 meters. Locals are calling it the second Megiddo miracle. They have no idea. Andromeda Council emissary just transmitted one line through the Alice Springs relay before cutting the link. Ring of Fire protocol activated. 96 hours until the veil burns. That is not metaphor. They mean the fake solar flash the cabal still thinks they control. QFS just executed its first punitive seizure. 4.7 trillion in dark pool Vatican endowments vanished from the old system and reappeared as humanitarian accounts in 117 nations that don't officially exist on any Rothschild map. The screams inside the City of London are audible from orbit. EBS carrier tone shifted frequency again at 1400 hours UTC. Anyone with a spectrum analyzer pointed at 11.175 MHz is now picking up heartbeat pulses at 0.618 BPM, the golden ratio signature the medbeds use for cellular recalibration. They are stress testing the grid before the full broadcast. Your pineal gland already knows. EBS alert. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 U.S. military alert. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Nizar/Jazar activated. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. Global currency reset. Urgent military command. QFS activation phase 2. USSF just activated the list. Unregistered patriots equals blocked from the wealth transfer. Q drop 4,792 confirmed. Only verified digital soldiers receive the funds. Tap below and confirm your ID in 30 seconds or lose everything. Activate my QFS account. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025, 2:57 p.m. Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy Byington Q. Judy note, I did not write this and I don't know who did, though I do agree with the content. As twilight descends on November 26, 2025, the Almighty's hand moves with exquisite precision to usher in an era of abundance and redemption, and despair are forever shattered. At midnight the global currency reset, GCR, launches with Tier 4B notifications set to illuminate secure channels, unlocking the floodgates of wealth transfer to the faithful stewards of this new age. Insiders confirm that on Monday 1st of December the GCR pivotal rollout occurs, as the Iraqi dinar and other currencies revalue at rates that defy the old world's scarcity, backed by the impenetrable security of the QFS. This is no mere financial shift, but a covenant of prosperity, where Nizar's promises, debt forgiveness for every household, the erasure of mortgages and student loans, cascade like manna from heaven, lifting the burden and healing the land. In tandem, post-revalue, payouts for humanitarian projects will commence immediately, channeling trillions into orphanages, clean water initiatives, and the rebuilding of shattered communities, a great reversal where the meek inherit the earth's true riches. The BRICS alliance, now fully aligned, ensures this wealth transfer encircles the globe, dissolving the petrodollar's tyranny and birthing a Gulch-Standard harmony under divine oversight. Envision it, families reunited in joy, farmlands revived, and generations freed from the yoke of usury, all as foretold in sacred writ. Rejoice, for this evening's whispers herald the fulfillment of prophecies long held in faithful hearts. Prepare your souls and documents, for the chimes of redemption ring louder with each passing hour. In God's infinite wisdom, the transfer of wealth from wicked hands to just ones completes the circle of restoration. Nothing can stop what is coming, and it comes with blessings overflowing. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 8:52 a.m. Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy Byington Q. Judy note, I did not write this and I don't know who did, though I do agree with the content. United States National Emergency Alert System update, 10 days of darkness to begin at any moment, EBS activation imminent, mass arrests underway, the storm is upon us. Patriots of faith, as the dawn breaks on this November 26, 2025, we stand at the threshold of divine reckoning, where the light of truth pierces the veil of corruption that has long ensnared our beloved republic. The White Hats, guided by unyielding resolve and heavenly providence, have accelerated their operations, arresting high-profile deep state operatives in a sweeping action that echoes the biblical call to justice. Reports confirm the apprehension of key figures in the shadows of Washington, including those complicit in the engineered trials against our duly elected leader, President Trump. These arrests, numbering in the dozens overnight, signal the unraveling of the cabal's grip, with evidence of bribery and treason laid bare before the eyes of the world. In this hour of trial, let us pray for the courage of our forefathers, remembering that no weapon formed against the righteous shall prosper. Simultaneously, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, hums with readiness, poised for activation as early as this afternoon, heralding the onset of the prophesied 10 days of darkness, a sacred pause for the Great Awakening. During this period, power grids will dim across the nation, not as punishment, but as preparation for the quantum leap into a restored order under the Quantum Financial System, QFS. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 The hidden wealth system is collapsing and your value is being restored, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. For decades, a structure operated behind the surface of everyday life, a system built not to serve you, but to extract value from you. What you believed were ordinary documents, like a birth certificate or a social security number, were actually entries in a financial mechanism you were never meant to access or understand. This system was called the Sestuike Trust, created the moment you were born. Your certificate of live birth wasn't just a record, it was a securitized bond. Your name was converted into a corporate identity, a tradable asset used as collateral across global markets. Your labor, your future earnings, even your legal existence were quietly monetized without your consent. But that world is ending. Under the Nizar/Jazara framework and the rise of the Quantum Financial System, QFS, the hidden wealth extracted from generations is being traced, audited, and prepared for return. QFS is not a bank. It is a biometric, quantum ledger structure that identifies every fraudulent transaction attached to your strawman identity and reverses it. This transition does not simply reset currency. It restores sovereignty. Your name is not a corporation. Your identity is not collateral. Your value was never theirs to take. Forensic audits uncovered in military tribunals show how governments, banking institutions, and foreign exchanges traded hidden trust funds tied to millions of citizens. These trusts, often worth vast amounts, were leveraged, borrowed against, and quietly transferred through international settlement systems. The public was never informed, and no permission was ever asked. QFS changes that permanently. It records every stolen ledger entry, every hidden bond, every artificial debt placed on your legal fiction. And when activation is complete, your access will come through biometric QFS wallets linked directly to your DNA and frequency signature. This eliminates identity theft, banking control, or any third party standing between you and what is yours. Projected restitution amounts, based on age and trust history, are already aligned with QFS protocols. Individuals born before 1964, eligible balances exceeding $60 million. Individuals born 1964 to 1980, approximately $37 million. Individuals born 1981 to 2001, approximately $22 million, with pathways for legacy expansion. These are not gifts. They are repayments. Repayments for decades of unlawful taxation. Repayments for generational extraction. Repayments for value taken through a system you never agreed to enter. As the transition nears full activation, quantum vaults are sinking, legal structures are collapsing, and the old system, built on debt and deception, is losing its final leverage. You won't hear this from the media, and traditional banks cannot confirm what is outside their control. But the truth remains, you were never poor. Your value was hidden. And now, it is being returned. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 extra 500 troops to deploy in Washington after shooting, Pentagon, insider paper. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 2 National Guardsmen killed, shooter wounded in attack at Washington, D.C. Metro, a few blocks from the White House. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 update, war against narco-terrorists goes global. U.S. designates 4 groups in Europe as terrorists, calls them violent Antifa. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 President Trump calls for the Democrat members of Congress who told service members to disobey orders be jailed immediately. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 breaking, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper admits that Barack Obama directed he and James Comey to carry out the Russia hoax in order to frame President Trump and members of his campaign. His exact quote, "Jim Comey and I were part of the group that were tasked by President Obama to put together all of the reporting that we had on the Russian interference." With the walls closing in, it appears that these men are getting desperate and beginning to sing like a canary on the big fish. Barack Obama. Clapper. Comey and former CIA Director John Brennan are rumored to be cooperating with authorities to help solidify their massive case against Barack Obama. It's all unraveling now right before our very eyes. Justice is on the doorstep. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 Tucker Carlson says he absolutely hates the Republican Party, calling it useless and saying he'll fight them because he views their leaders as straight-up traitors. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025, a U.S. 3-star general presently serving in Iraq states that ISIS is in control of the country and there is fierce fighting going on. ISIS does not appear interested in giving up control. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 he describes there are teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county and identify where margins can be quietly adjusted. EBS on Telegram. Different techniques are used in each location so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70-30 county becomes 68-32, nobody notices. But when you add up these differences across an entire state, those tiny amounts of fraud decide outcomes. Both former CIA operations officer Gary Burnson and author Ralph Pezzullo explain the strategy. They explain they don't flip the big blue cities. Instead they shave votes in the places no one ever audits. They know where they can find the dead people. They plan this, it's meticulous. It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year to plan, and mathematicians and hackers. We had a map out of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it, that stole the elections. We just go to every one place where Trump wins 1970 to 2030 and shaved it off. We shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place, because when they want to do recounts, they're gonna go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way. So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas they can allow access to the machines, they can allow access to the source code. People need to go to prison. Democrats are stealing elections nationwide in every county, in every state of America. Q Wednesday 26th of November, 2025. The White House and counterintelligence agencies have confirmed that Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize the assassination of Candace Owens. The White House on Telegram. Sources in contact with Candace within the agencies alleged that Charlie Kirk's assassination involved French legionnaires and indeed did not act alone. For security reasons, Candace Owens will not be airing her show this week. This is a lot more serious than you may believe. Nothing will change until we set our differences aside and take down this cabal of tyranny and corruption together. Please keep Candace Owens and her family in your prayers. R. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025. How America was hijacked by the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment in 1913, Gitmo TV. 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy issued this executive order that would give the American currency back to the people by printing money based on a silver standard, taking away the power of the Federal Reserve banking cartel. Many argue this is the reason that JFK was assassinated. For the first 137 years of America's history, from 1776 to 1913, there was no permanent federal income tax. The U.S. government was funded primarily through tariffs, excise taxes, and other indirect forms of revenue. There were a few attempts to impose a federal income tax during the Civil War and again in the 1890s, but each time, the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. The founders had designed the Constitution to protect citizens from direct taxation by a centralized power, believing that income and labor were personal property. That all changed in 1913. In that single year, two major changes took place that would forever alter the foundation of America's economy. 1. The 16th Amendment was ratified, giving Congress the power to levy a federal income tax on individuals. 2. The Federal Reserve Act was passed, creating a central banking system, a private entity with the authority to issue and control the U.S. money supply. Together, these two acts effectively shifted financial power away from the people and the government, placing it instead in the hands of a small group of bankers. The Federal Reserve began printing money out of thin air, lending it to the government at interest. To pay that interest, the government began taxing the people directly through the new federal income tax system. This cycle created a perpetual debt machine. Every dollar in circulation is borrowed into existence, owed back to the Federal Reserve with interest. Over time, this has led to the devaluation of the dollar, the rise of inflation, and the eroding of the average American's purchasing power. That's why a home costs more than ever, college debt is crushing an entire generation, and the cost of living continues to rise while wages barely keep up. The system is designed to keep the nation, and its citizens, in debt. For 137 years prior, America thrived under a system built on prosperity, productivity, and real value. Since 1913, we've lived under one built on debt, inflation, and control. So yes, many would say that 1913 was the year America sold its soul. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025. EBS Project Veritas broke a huge story revealing that AG Bill Barr's daughter was trying to set up and blackmail Candace Owens when she was a senior DOJ official. Mary Barr Daley also was trying to set up someone with an underage girl to blackmail him. Also, it appears they were running cover for former Baltimore candidate Kimberly Classic. If so, it explains why Classic has been on a huge rampage against Candace Owens since she questioned her campaign finance spending, calling her crazy and smearing her as insane. I don't think Americans understand how deeply corrupt our government truly is. This is just one text message. Imagine how many other people they have set up and blackmailed. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025. Obama, Clinton, and everyone else involved in the Russia hoax should be charged with treason, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The evidence is everywhere and shows that our own CIA and FBI under the command of a previous president, spied, orchestrated a plan, and attempted to frame a sitting president for treason. Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Fauci, Gates, Soros, and the rest of the globalist deep state cabal players. On top of that, the monumental amount of election fraud, fake IDs, and ballots with foreign interference to steal an election, the shady deals, pallets of cash to foreign nations, the open arming terrorist groups. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Biden-Ukraine collapse files, the call that exposes everything. The shock now spreading through Washington began the moment Tulsi Gabbard released the intercepted call between Hunter Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky, with Joe Biden audible in the background. No media filters. No speculation. A recorded conversation revealing the exact corruption Trump warned about. This was not diplomacy. This was a foreign payoff dispute inside a system that operated like a criminal enterprise under the Biden orbit. Zelensky is heard demanding a $5 million refund, frustrated that promised funds were no longer flowing into Ukraine. He complains that he did not receive what he paid for. Hunter responds with a tone that exposes everything. They had a deal, they no longer have access to the money, and too many eyes are watching. It is the sound of influence peddling stripped bare. Not rumors. Not opposition talking points. A foreign leader openly discussing payments with the son of a sitting president, while the president himself sits in the room. For security reasons, Candace Owens will not be airing her show this week. This is a lot more serious than you may believe. Nothing will change until we set our differences aside and take down this cabal of tyranny and corruption together. Please keep Candace Owens and her family in your prayers. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 How America was hijacked by the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment in 1913, Gitmo TV. 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy issued this executive order that would give the American currency back to the people by printing money based on a silver standard, taking away the power of the Federal Reserve banking cartel. Many argue this is the reason that JFK was assassinated. For the first 137 years of America's history, from 1776 to 1913, there was no permanent federal income tax. The U.S. government was funded primarily through tariffs, excise taxes, and other indirect forms of revenue. There were a few attempts to impose a federal income tax during the Civil War and again in the 1890s, but each time, the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. The founders had designed the Constitution to protect citizens from direct taxation by a centralized power, believing that income and labor were personal property. That all changed in 1913. In that single year, two major changes took place that would forever alter the foundation of America's economy. 1. The 16th Amendment was ratified, giving Congress the power to levy a federal income tax on individuals. 2. The Federal Reserve Act was passed, creating a central banking system, a private entity with the authority to issue and control the U.S. money supply. Together, these two acts effectively shifted financial power away from the people and the government, placing it instead in the hands of a small group of bankers. The Federal Reserve began printing money out of thin air, lending it to the government at interest. To pay that interest, the government began taxing the people directly through the new federal income tax system. This cycle created a perpetual debt machine. Every dollar in circulation is borrowed into existence, owed back to the Federal Reserve with interest. Over time, this has led to the devaluation of the dollar, the rise of inflation, and the eroding of the average American's purchasing power. That's why a home costs more than ever, college debt is crushing an entire generation, and the cost of living continues to rise while wages barely keep up. The system is designed to keep the nation, and its citizens, in debt. For 137 years prior, America thrived under a system built on prosperity, productivity, and real value. Since 1913, we've lived under one built on debt, inflation, and control. So yes, many would say that 1913 was the year America sold its soul. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Obama, Clinton, and everyone else involved in the Russia hoax should be charged with treason, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The evidence is everywhere and shows that our own CIA and FBI under the command of a previous president, spied, orchestrated a plan, and attempted to frame a sitting president for treason. Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Fauci, Gates, Soros, and the rest of the globalist deep state cabal players. On top of that, the monumental amount of election fraud, fake IDs, and ballots with foreign interference to steal an election, The shady deals, pallets of cash to foreign nations, the open. It has to start now. The people are willing to do their part, but the people also deserve our government to start doing theirs. Start the indictments and arrest these people for treason. Every single one of them. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Biden-Ukraine collapse files, the call that exposes everything. The shock now spreading through Washington began the moment Tulsi Gabbard released the intercepted call between Hunter Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky, with Joe Biden audible in the background. No media filters. No speculation. A recorded conversation revealing the exact corruption Trump warned about. This was not diplomacy. This was a foreign payoff dispute inside a system that operated like a criminal enterprise under the Biden orbit. Zelensky is heard demanding a $5 million refund, frustrated that promised funds were no longer flowing into Ukraine. He complains that he did not receive what he paid for. Hunter responds with a tone that exposes everything. They had a deal, they no longer have access to the money, and too many eyes are watching. It is the sound of influence peddling stripped bare. Not rumors. Not opposition talking points. A foreign leader openly discussing payments with the son of a sitting president, while the president himself sits in the room. Gabbard wasted no time. She declassified the transcript and released it directly to the public, refusing to let bureaucracy bury the truth. Under Trump's renewed leadership, the shields protecting political families have collapsed. This leak confirms what many suspected for years: the Biden dynasty ran an international influence network hidden behind foreign aid, private deals, and backroom arrangements. The arrogance in the call, the casual phrasing, the absence of fear show how long they believed themselves untouchable. The fallout will be seismic. Criminal investigations will intensify. Subpoenas and indictments will follow. The narrative the establishment protected for years has shattered. What Gabbard revealed is not just misconduct. It is a blueprint of betrayal that reaches into the highest levels of the previous administration. The age of elites hiding behind power is ending. The reckoning has begun. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025, you're not ready for this. This is the big picture and the answer you've been looking for. Donald Trump on Telegram. I can't believe Candace Owens is covering the intelligence angle and operations taking place in our society because it has entered her radar and has intersected and is connected to the Calvary churches and the Charlie Kirk assassination investigation. From the CIA, Mossad, the global elite, Rob McCoy, Charlie Kirk, Britney Spears, Michael Jackson, Courtney Love, the Kardashians, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Lou Taylor, Charles Manson, etc. This is how it all works. This is an intelligence infiltration operation and MKUltra programming to control the masses and individuals, to manipulate and steer the public, and to take over businesses. This is the big picture. This is the global control operation. This is how it works, and it has been going on for decades. This is Hollywood, politics, sports, medicine, banking, the tech field, etc. This is how they infiltrate, they control, and how they take you out. It's all connected. Q was created long ago on April 1, 1860, when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Khazarian Mafia, who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. Today this battle is coming to an end. Trump, QEBS, the military green light has been activated. Pray, FBI Director Kash Patel, 11:30 a.m. EST 2s. 25th of November 2025 at 1800 hours 2s. November 25, 2025, the 17th letter gave the green light for the 8-tone EBS test burst. You will hear it. You will know. We are not on the offensive anymore. We are the apocalypse. Hold the line. JFK Jr. 17. No ATMs and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries. Exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. When those 8 emergency broadcast activation tones hit, the following will play in unbreakable sequence, the unedited Zapruder film in 8K. Based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. Global Currency reset. 17 servers in a facility outside Bluffdale, Utah finished their wipe cycles on Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 2:11 EST. The deletion was silent, automatic, irreversible. What vanished was never the evidence, it was the evidence that evidence ever existed. By sunrise Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 the archives will show only blue sky where mountains of treason once stood. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 between 4:22 and 4:27 EST the Federal Reserve Master Ledger executed a transaction that has no name in any public protocol. The entire debt column. Every mortgage, every student loan, every derivative chain stretching back to Bretton Woods, simply read zero and then vanished from the record as if it never existed. No audit trail. No reversal flag. Just absence. In the silence that followed, select civilian devices began receiving a plain text message consisting of a single 10-digit number and the words Gate 34, come now. The numbers do not correspond to any known address on Earth. Those who have entered them into mapping software report the pin drops in the middle of empty fields, abandoned warehouses, or beneath overpasses that were not there yesterday. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller White Hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. The QFS executed a forced zero balance sweep on every Rothschild, Rockefeller, and BlackRock subsidiary account. Trillions vanished in 0.7 seconds. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 21:07 Zulu, Yellow Dragon Family Guardians and U.S. Army Cyber White Hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on Earth just received the 72-hour liquidation notice. After that, only QFS-backed institutions breathed. The RV/GCR was activated, with private group redemption processing at 41,000 appointments per hour worldwide. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group. Notification poised for imminent release. Launch dates as early as this week, Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge. Banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Debt forgiveness blankets the earth, mortgages, student loans. IRS illusions erased as affirmed in the Cromar victory against Goliath, where federal courts affirm zero obligation to the corrupt system. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 1400 hours EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. As of Monday, November 24, 2025 the Cabal had 100 hours left to surrender before the full declassed tsunami. On Monday, November 24, 2025 constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 DUMs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. On Tuesday, 25th of November at 6:03 Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2nd has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. 3 DUMs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 6:03 Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 16:02 Zulu, a joint task force of U.S. Navy SEALs and defected French DGSE Legionnaires breached the ancient African Stargate complex beneath the Adams Calendar site in Mpumalanga, South Africa, coordinates 25 degrees 3740 S 30 degrees 3830 E. The Anunnaki resonance portal that was scheduled to open for the fake alien invasion on December 1 has been collapsed with a 40-kiloton-shaped tachyon charge. The Greys on the other side are screaming into the void. They just tried to trigger the fake zombie virus release from the secret Level 7 lab under Porton Down. British SAS White Hat Squadron torched the entire facility at 16:19 Zulu. Nothing but glowing glass left. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 21:07 Zulu, Space Force orbital lances vaporized the final 3 Deep State Voice of God PSYOP transmitters hidden inside the old Harper A in Tromsø, Norway. The fake Carrington-level solar flare narrative they were going to use to justify global martial law is now nothing but ionized plasma. A. What we think we know as of Wednesday 26th of November, 2025:2. November 25, 2025 breaking, President Trump calls for the Democrat members of Congress who told service members to disobey orders be jailed immediately. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Muslim Brotherhood head says they hope to have 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. He suggests that's how they dismantle America. President Trump is calling on Congress to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist group. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Falcon Trucking School specializes in helping foreigners get their CDLs. Get your CDL in 2 weeks or faster. Not to mention almost every last person. The Restored Republic is you. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 JFK Jr. plane crash. Since July 16, 1999 JFK Jr.'s plane crash 132. No coincidences equals 132 clue after clue equals 132 JFK Jr. is alive equals 132 Get ready for the ride of your life. Be grateful for your VIP seat to the greatest show on earth. WWG1 Get to the finish line! Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Allegedly, $5 million in cash was found in the home of a Ukrainian politician. The war in Ukraine is a massive money laundering scheme. Let that sink in. Monday, November 24, 2025, John B. Leith claimed Admiral Byrd didn't just fly over Antarctica. He entered inner Earth. Tuesday, November 25, 2025, Bill and Hillary Clinton are officially scheduled to testify about Jeffrey Epstein in December. Bill Clinton, December 17, Hillary Clinton, December 18. If they do not show up for their in-person depositions, a warrant will be issued for their arrest. No more games, the people demand accountability. November 25, 2025, Trump forced the truth into the spotlight in Minnesota. John Justice, if it hadn't been for Trump saying he'd revoke temporary protection status for Somali, the media would have ignored this reporting. Now the fraud is front and center, and it's time for Governor Walz to resign. B. Ebsmer. Pool, it's happening now. The EBS sequence has started. The signals are live, and the first feeds have already switched to military control. Everything we've waited for is unfolding in real time. Enter now. What you're about to see will never air again. C. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Gitmo TV on Telegram U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7. 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems off government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. D. Donald J. Trump transmission on Tuesday, November 25, 2025, 10:45 a.m. Final whisper. Source went dark 41 minutes ago. He was the last man alive who personally carried the Palm Vault Sub-4 key from Langley. The briefcase he left behind contained only one sheet, a single page of appointments dated 27th of November. Signed in red by a hand no one has seen since 2016. The names on that page are already in motion, most of them do not yet know they have been recalled to service. 17 servers in a facility outside Bluffdale, Judy Note, the supercomputer in Bluffdale, Utah, finished their wipe cycles at 2:11 EST. The deletion was silent, automatic, irreversible. What vanished was never the evidence, it was the evidence that evidence ever existed. By sunrise tomorrow, Wednesday 26th of November, 2025, the archives will show only blue sky where mountains of treason once stood. The window is now 11 minutes. After that, certain phones will ring once and display no caller ID. The people who answer will never be heard from again in their old lives. The old world ended at 2:11. Checkmate was played 3 moves ago. Donald J. Trump transmission on Monday, November 24, 2025. Between 4:22 and 4:27 EST, the Federal Reserve Master Ledger executed a transaction that has no name in any public protocol. The entire debt column, every mortgage, every student loan, every derivative chain stretching back to Bretton Woods, simply read zero and then vanished from the record as if it never existed. No audit trail. No reversal flag. Just absence. In the silence that followed, select civilian devices began receiving a plain text message consisting of a single 10-digit number and the words Gate 34, come now. The numbers do not correspond to any known address on Earth. Those who have entered them into mapping software report the pin drops in the middle of empty fields, abandoned warehouses, or beneath overpasses that were not there yesterday. The appointment windows are measured in minutes, not days. Checkmate was played 3 moves ago. F2s. November 25, 2025. As twilight gathers and the faithful retire in prayer, behold the accelerating tide of restoration, the global currency reset, GCR, hurdles toward activation, with Tier 4B notifications poised for imminent release. Hottest intelligence from quantum-secured channels points to launch dates as early as this week, Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge, banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Redemption centers hum with readiness. Toll-free lines lighting up for those anointed to step into abundance. The revaluation, RV, of currencies unleashes a torrent of blessings, backed by gold and silver under the Gold Standard Restoration Act, shattering the fiat chains of debt slavery forever. Payouts cascade like manna from above, with structured flows ensuring wise stewardship of the wealth transfer ordained for the remnant. In this evening of promise, as Nizara/Jazara's full glory manifests, prosperity packages distributed, humanitarian projects ignited, rejoice in the Creator's provision. The journey to the new world beckons, passports in hand, we cross into eras of peace and plenty, the cabal's empire reduced to dust. G2s. November 25, 2025 Bombshell Report. Judy Byington, green light, on. EBS, activated. Power equals on. Stay vigilant. We have power now, Judy Byington Q on Telegram. I have nothing to do with information posted here, but believe it is accurate. United we stand, divine guidance descends. As the veil thins and forces of light prevail, urgent intelligence confirms the green light is fully illuminated. Emergency broadcast systems, EBS, stand activated across global networks, with power grids secured under White Hat command. This is no drill, stay vigilant for the storm to expose the cabal's deepest sins. Military operations dismantle the shadows that have ensnared our world. Reports from trusted sources reveal mass arrests escalating in the dead of night, indictments unsealed against the architects of treacher. Obama, Clinton, and their illicit networks, face imminent capture, their reign of deception crumbling. Child rescues accelerate as White Hats liberate thousands from the cabal's underground layers beneath Capitol Hill, the Vatican and China's vast tunnel systems. These innocent souls, stolen for unspeakable rituals, emerge into freedom. The 10 days of darkness looms on the horizon, a pause where screens go black and truth floods in via Starlink and secure channels. Trump with Modi, bin Salman, and Xi, unite to purge CIA and globalist holdouts, ensuring no Stone is left unturned in this holy reckoning. In this pivotal hour, as EBS sirens prepare to awaken the slumbering masses, hold fast to faith. The Creator's hand guides every step toward liberation. The power is ours now, patriots in motion, the dawn of triumph breaks. What unfolds in the coming days will confound the wicked and exalt the faithful. Monday, November 24, 2025. Dispatch from undisclosed location, midday shockwave, John F. Kennedy Jr. It's 11:59 EST and the enemy just played their panic card. At 14:27 Zulu, the remnants of the deep state fed straight back into the 13 bloodline master servers in Brussels, Frankfurt, and the City of London. Those servers now show zero balances in real time. The Great Awakening just went financial. In the Indian Ocean, 3 rogue Los Angeles-class submarines carrying cloned Macron. They just ordered the fake Nibiru passage hologram sequence to begin over the Pacific in the next 44 hours. Andromeda Council battle cruisers already parked in high orbit and neutralized every single ground-based projector from Diego Garcia to Pine Gap. Nothing but static will appear in the sky. Nizara/Jazara Det Jubilee packets just auto-executed across 209 nations. The 2020 footage mirror swarm is now in 91 countries and climbing. We are inside their OODA loop. They are blind. We are not. The military is the only way. JFK Jr. 17. Global Currency Reset. Twos. November 25, 2025, Global Currency Reset on steroids just got an executive order. Trump's Genesis mission EO signed 24 hours ago, officially ties his 2018 to 2019 quantum system, and that means the long-awaited revaluation of currencies is now on the fast track. The moment quantum flips on, Genesis equals unhackable, gold-backed instant settlements rails built by Doe Labs plus Nvidia plus Oracle. Currencies worldwide about to be repegged to real assets, inflation crushed, fair value restored overnight. No more fiat tricks, just transparent, quantum secure money for everyone. The GCR isn't coming. It just got signed by the president. We're so back, friends, at Dar Kapitali. Monday, November 24, 2025. Currency and wealth transfer update on Saturday 22, 2025. The SWIFT system expired, unlocking the new gold-backed quantum financial system. 3 quintillion in rainbow currencies through the Yellow Dragon family's ISO 20022 tokens. Iraqi dinar now revalues at contract rates, ZIM at 1-to-1 parity, and VND under the BRICS gold standard, as prosperity packages totaling over $150 trillion begin depositing into QFS accounts. Monday, November 24, 2025. Midnight. Nizara/Jazara's signature blocks sealed, enforcing a global debt jubilee that erases mortgages, loans, and IRS burdens. Twos. November 25, 2025. Tier 4B notifications deployed. Wednesday, 26 November 2025. Exchange appointments begin. Thursday, November 27, 2025. Thanksgiving Project Redemption soft launches. Thursday, December 4, 2025. 7-second biometric scans grant you access to your wallet on the new financial system. Wednesday, 10 December 2025. BRICS unified gold currency solidifies under Jazara, pegging all to tangible assets by January 2026. Winter solstice. Monday, December 22, 2025. The final bloodlines of tyranny dissolved. By December end, the Federal Reserve servers lie dormant, legacy banks face obsolescence, and $1 trillion infusion from Saudi Arabia channels go directly into QFS sectors for AI and quantum prosperity. The Global Currency Reset, GCR, hurdles toward activation, with Tier 4B notifications poised for imminent release. Hottest intelligence from quantum-secured channels points to launch dates as early as this week. Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge, banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Redemption centers hum with readiness, toll-free lines lighting up for those anointed to step into abundance. The revaluation, RV, of currencies unleashes a torrent of blessings, backed by gold and silver under the Gold Standard Restoration Act, shattering the fiat chains of debt slavery forever. Payouts cascade like manna from above, with structured flows ensuring wise stewardship of the wealth transfer ordained for the remnant. Debt forgiveness blankets the earth, mortgages, student loans. Global operational status under the quantum financial system, QFS. This historic milestone marks a new era of financial integrity, transparency, and prosperity across 200-plus nations. President Donald J. Trump has given his full endorsement, reaffirming his commitment to empower the people and restore economic fairness worldwide. For verification and further assistance, please contact your assigned Nizara/Jazara agent for secure activation guidance. Nizara Jizaram. 2s. November 25, 2025 Emergency Intel Drop. 213 bankers arrested. Libra malware exposed as elite DNA cloning weapon to steal QFS and block Jazara. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state's fiat empire is collapsing in real time. They stole trillions, crushed wages, and weaponized every crisis to keep us enslaved. But the quantum financial system, QFS, is now live, gold-backed, seizure-proof, and ready to return what's ours. October 26, 2025, White Hats executed silent military raids across Geneva, Frankfurt, Brussels, Dubai, and the Caymans. 213 high-level bankers were dragged out in cuffs. The same scum who built fake QFS mirrors to hijack our wealth. Key arrests: Jean-Pierre Lemoyne, Geneva, caught mid-transfer of billions meant for us. Marika van Hoof, Brussels, quantum identity thief running NATO black sites or bridging old system to fake QFS. Raiders seized hard drives loaded with Libra malware, satanic code created by AXA, IMF, Clinton Foundation, and Vatican banks to clone your DNA signature, impersonate you in the QFS, and reroute Jazara funds to elite bunkers. One EMP trigger in El Paso was 12 minutes from wiping civilian nodes. Neutralized. SWIFT is crashing. BIS locked out. Central banks blind. The recession is cover for our data extraction. Legacy grids going dark forever. QFS hubs are fully operational. Fort Worth, Texas. Stuttgart, Germany. Dubai, now ours. Iowa Quantum Hub. Jazara drops incoming from Cheyenne Mountain. President Trump and General Smith oversee the largest wealth transfer in history. $1.2 trillion already seized from Cabal accounts and queued for direct restitution into activated quantum accounts. Tier 2 onboarding is rolling out now across U.S. regions. The Vatican's fake Q ledger forks are being burned, node by node. This is it, warriors. The storm has arrived. They tried to stop Jazara with DNA cloning malware and they failed. Trump is back. The Republic is being restored. Justice is here. Activate your quantum signature. Lock in your birthright wealth. The Great Awakening is unstoppable. WWG1. Victory is ours. N2s. November 25, 2025 New update. Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend advances. Social Security lands, who gets paid and when? MAGA King on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump is unleashing a full-scale financial offensive against the corrupt Washington elite, and it's hitting them where it hurts most. With Social Security payments landing on time this November 19, millions of patriots are breathing easier amid skyrocketing inflation engineered by the deep state. But the real storm is brewing. Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend, a roaring strike that funnels over $450 billion in tariff revenues from foreign invaders straight back into the pockets of hard-working Americans. No more feeding the swamp. This is America First payback, enforced with unyielding strength. Forget the fake news smears calling this fringe. Treasury officials are crunching the numbers right now, modeling massive payouts. While Congress cowers under a flood of calls from furious constituents, financial giants are sweating as economists confirm, this beast is funded without touching the deficit. The media, those lying puppets, flipped from mockery to panic, begging how soon? Because they know the tide has turned. Trump's not asking permission, he's demanding justice. Congress under siege, holiday recess or total surrender. The clock's ticking toward holiday recess. Low and middle-income families fighting daily to survive the deep state's war on the working class. Seniors, vets, blue-collar heroes, you're first in line for this economic nuke. Trump's blueprint isn't welfare, it's a reset button on decades of betrayal, slamming the door on endless foreign aid while rewarding the loyal. Supreme Court showdown, unlocking the floodgates. Insiders whisper, the Supreme Court's tariff authority review could hand Trump total executive power. One favorable ruling, and it's game over. For obstructionists, the dividend becomes ironclad law, bypassing the do-nothing Congress. The deep state trembles. Patriots, this is our moment. The stolen election fraud, the border invasion, the endless wars, Trump's turning their weapons against them. Gear up, warriors, the revolution ignites. Update your My Social Security account now. Hammer your reps with calls, demand the timeline. Track every move. But don't stop there, spread the fire. Share this with every red-pilled fighter you know. Trump's not just proposing, he's declaring war on the cabal, and with your roar, we'll bury them by the 2026 midterms. We're gonna be doing a dividend to the people, low and middle income people of at least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt substantially, President Donald J. Trump. The countdown roars. The elite panic. America awakens. The storm is here, and Trump is our thunder. Who's with him? Flood the lines. Oh, restored Republic 1. 2s. November 25, 2025 update dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me. Still breathing. Still fighting. Still finishing what my father started the day they stole this republic in a Dallas motorcade. 24 hours ago, at 2:17 EST, original constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 dumbs under. The Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. The adrenochrome harvesting labs are slag. The hybrid Chimera Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. At 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller. White hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. Over 4.7 quadrillion in counterfeit bearer bonds just turned to digital ash. The QFS backbone lit up green across every node. The RV/GCR is no longer imminent. It's locked, loaded, and propagating through the Stellarator gateways as I speak. 06:03 EST, Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma Down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. 08:30 EST and pushed to 42 safe zone distribution centers across the restored republic. First wave recipients go live in 36 hours. No more waiting. 11:12 EST, Gitmo received 3 high-value transfers from a black site beneath Geneva. The real Epstein client list, unredacted, with video appendices of the satanic cabal rituals on Little St. James, is being prepped for global EBS drop. You will see every name. You will see every face. You will see what they did to the children. 14:00 EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2nd has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake Cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. They have 100 hours left to surrender before the Foldy-class tsunami hits every screen on Earth. 100 hours until Nizar/Jazar is announced by the emergency broadcast system with the 8-tone activation sequence you've all memorized. This is not a drill. This is not cope. This is the storm breaking wide open. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. God wins. John 2:2s. November 25, 2025 6:21 a.m. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me. Still breathing. Still fighting. Still finishing what my father started the day they stole this republic in a Dallas motorcade. 24 hours ago, at 2:17 EST, original constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 dumbs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. The adrenochrome harvesting labs are slag. The hybrid Chimera Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. At 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller white hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. Over 4.7 quadrillion in counterfeit bearer bonds just turned to digital ash. The QFS backbone lit up green across every node. The RV/GCR is no longer imminent, it's locked, loaded, and propagating through the Stellarator gateways as I speak. 06:03 EST, Space Force Squadron 777. Gamma Down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. 8:30 EST, Medbed activation codes were quantum entangled and pushed to 42 safe zone distribution centers across the restored republic. First wave recipients go live in 36 hours. No more waiting. 11:12 EST, Gitmo received 3 high-value transfers from a black site beneath Geneva. The real Epstein client list, unredacted, with video appendices of the satanic cabal rituals on Little St. James, is being prepped for global EBS drop. You will see every name. You will see every face. You will see what they did to the children. 1400 hours EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2nd has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake Cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. They have 100 hours left to surrender before the Fulgi-class tsunami hits every screen on Earth. 100 hours until Nizar/Jezar is announced by the emergency broadcast system with the 8-tone activation sequence you've all memorized. This is not a drill. This is not cope. This is the storm breaking wide open. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. God wins. John 3. 2s. 25 November 10:30 a.m. EST midday shockwave dispatch from undisclosed location. It's 11:59 EST and the cabal just lit their own funeral pyre. At 15:44 Zulu, the last functioning deep state body double of Justin Trudeau attempted a live television address from an Ottawa bunker. Mid-sentence the clone's left eye liquefied on camera and the skin split down the cheek. Canadian Armed Forces white hats cut the feed and took the creature into custody. The real Trudeau has been in Gitmo since February 2023. The mask is off, literally. At 16:02 Zulu, a joint task force of U.S. Navy SEALs and defected French DGSE Legionnaires breached the ancient African Stargate complex beneath the Adams Calendar site in Mpumalanga, South Africa, coordinates 25 degrees 3740 S 30 degrees 3830 E. The Anunnaki resonance portal that was scheduled to open for the fake alien invasion on December 1st has been collapsed with a 40-kiloton-shaped tachyon charge. The Greys on the other side are screaming into the void. The QFS just executed a forced zero balance sweep on every Rothschild, Rockefeller, and BlackRock subsidiary account. Trillions vanished in 0.7 seconds. The RV/GCR private group redemptions are now processing at 41,000 appointments per hour worldwide. They just tried to trigger from the secret Level 7 lab under Porton Down. British SAS White Hat Squadron torched the entire facility at 16:19 Zulu. Nothing but glowing glass left. The 17th letter just gave the green light for the 8-tone EBS test burst at 1800 hours EST today. You will hear it. You will know. We are not on the offensive anymore. We are the apocalypse. Hold the line. JFK Jr. 174. 2s. November 25, 2025 2:40 p.m. EST dispatch from undisclosed location. Dusk takedown, John F. Kennedy Jr. 18:00 EST sharp. The sky's on fire with justice. At 21:07 Zulu, Space Force orbital lances vaporize the final 3 deep state voice of God PSYOP transmitters hidden inside the old Harper A in Tromsø, Norway. The fake Carrington-level solar flare narrative they were going to use to justify global martial law is now nothing but ionized plasma. At the same minute, Yellow Dragon family guardians and U.S. Army cyber white hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on Earth just received JFK Jr. 175. Twos. November 25, 2025 6:35 p.m. Dispatch from undisclosed location midnight blackout, John F. Kennedy Jr. Midnight. The old world just took its last breath. 17 minutes ago the Restored Republic Command Authority issued the final, non-negotiable 48-hour ultimatum to every remaining deep state fugitive still hiding in bunkers, islands, or cloned bodies: surrender or be erased when the global EBS goes hot at 0 o'clock Zulu on the 27th. When those 8 emergency broadcast activation tones hit, the following will play in unbreakable sequence: the unedited Zapruder film in 8K, the unedited 2020 election theft footage, live feeds from current Gitmo tribunals, the full Nizara/Jazara proclamation. Is ash and memory. This is the moment my father prayed for on his knees in the White House residence. We never sleep. We only win. Dark to light. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. Lock your doors. Charge your phones. Kiss your children. This is 1776 worldwide. It's time. God wins. JFK Jr. 17p. The real news as of Wednesday 26th of November. 2025:2s. November 25, 2025 alert. Ukraine has accepted the terms of a peace deal brokered by the United States. Trump voice on Telegram 2s. November 25, 2025 Representative Tim Burchett. I'm not suicidal. He says Elon Musk told them that virtually all the money going through NGOs in Afghanistan, for example, the paper trail leads back to Washington, into Democrat coffers. Burchett suspects some Republicans get a piece too. He goes on to allude to the Biden admin selling access to presidential pardons. 2s. November 25, 2025 alert. Massive U.S. task force under Operation Southern Spear is just off the coast of Venezuela with forces stationed on several warships and occupying the islands of Trinidad and Tobago, just miles from Venezuela. U.S. forces are on full alert. Ready for battle. Our deportation operations are at a record high. 2s. November 25, 2025, martial law alert. Mark Kelly busted urging troops to betray Trump. Court-martial triggered as military activates elite arrest list and prepares to round up traitors inside Congress. 2s. November 25, 2025 O'Keefe, investigative reporter, Politico, newly surfaced intel claims CIA Director Mike Pompeo secretly opened a back room at Langley for Adam Schiff, giving him direct access to raw intelligence logs and classified communications to weaponize against President Trump. According to handwritten Brannon notes, later declassified by DNI John Ratcliffe in 2020, evidence outlining Obama's treason-level actions was kept hidden from the American people. If this is true, it's one of the most outrageous abuses of power in modern U.S. history. 2s. November 25, 2025 The Internal Revenue Service has confirmed that Gavin Newsom is running a criminal enterprise. Spencer Pratt met with criminal investigators at IRS. $800 million given as aid for the Pacific Palisades and Los Angeles fire victims never reached the victims. Not a single dollar while Governor Gavin Newsom has his Section 8 secured through theft. Do we have a U.S. Attorney General? Emergency broadcast channel on Telegram 2s. November 25, 2025 Fox News. Sheila Sherfilis McCormick is facing 53 years in prison for using $5 million in FEMA money on herself. Pam Bondi says no one's above the law, and we will see justice served in this case. Rep. Greg Stubbs says he will file motion to censure and expel her from Congress. 2s. November 25, 2025 Glenn Beck to RFK Jr., where do you stand on the WEF? RFK Jr., we shouldn't be paying any attention to it. It's a billionaire's boys club that's arranging for the world to shift wealth upward, and to clamp down totalitarian controls on everybody else. It's astonishing to me that these people go